Chapter 19 of A Treasury of Heroes and Heroines. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Treasury of Heroes and Heroines by Clayton Edwards. Chapter 19. John Paul Jones. For those of you who have had opportunity to see the mighty fleet of steel battleships and destroyers that compose the Navy of the United States, it is hard to remember that this fleet was born in the shape of a few wooden sailing ships. And it is almost equally hard to believe that Paul Jones, who commanded one of the first American war vessels and became the greatest naval hero that this country has ever known, was the son of a poor Scotch gardener who worked for a country squire in Kirkcudbrightshire, Scotland. In 1747 Paul Jones was born, but his name was then John Paul. His uncle, like his father, was a gardener and worked on the estate of the Earl of Selkirk on St. Mary's Isle, where John Paul used to visit him and go fishing in small boats that he obtained from a little seaport near at hand. Many sailors came to this port, and they made friends with the alert boy, who was always asking them questions about ships and seamanship. And the result of their friendship was that, at a very early age, John Paul was a handy sailor, and determined to follow a seafaring life. Whether or not he ran away from school is not known. At any rate, when he was only 12 years old, he became the apprentice of a merchant who did a considerable trade with Virginia. And he actually sailed for that colony, where his brother had preceded him and was living the life of a Southern planter. John Paul stayed with his brother at Fredericksburg for a time, but when he was 19 years old, he sailed for Jamaica as first mate of a vessel engaged in the slave trade, which was then very active, for a great deal of money was to be gained from selling the African negroes to Southern planters, and slaves were constantly being taken from their native country and carried to America to work beneath the lash. But this clean-cut young sailor did not like the slave trade, and after 2 years, disgusted with the sordid traffic, he left his vessel in Jamaica and became a passenger on a brigantine which was sailing for Scotland, in fact, for his hometown. On his way home, by a strange chance, both the captain and mate died, and as an expert navigator was needed, John Paul guided the ship into port. When this fact was made known to her owners, they paid their debt by taking him into their employ, and on the next voyage to Jamaica, the ship sailed under John Paul's command. Then there occurred to the young Scotch sailing master a series of misfortunes that changed the course of his career, and was indirectly responsible for his casting his lot with the future Republic of the United States. To maintain discipline aboard his vessel, it became necessary for him to have the ship's carpenter flogged. Many weeks later this man died, and his friends unjustly attributed his death to the flogging he had received, and laid it to the captain's door. John Paul was able to prove that he was not to blame in the affair, but in the meantime he had quitted his vessel and found it hard to get another one. As soon as he finally obtained a new vessel, a mutiny took place when his ship was in the West Indies, and John Paul, in his efforts to quell the mutineers, was assaulted and obliged to kill one of them with his sword in defending himself. Fearing perhaps that this second mishap on the heels of the first might make things go hard with him when he was brought to trial, he fled from the West Indies and for a time disappeared completely. He was next heard from in the American colonies, bearing the name of John Paul Jones. When the American Revolution took place, he hastened to offer his services to the government of the United States, and the Naval Committee of Congress called on him for information and advice. When a few vessels were gathered together and a list of naval officers prepared, Paul Jones obtained his commission as senior lieutenant on the flagship of the tiny fleet, which was named Alfred. And when the commander-in-chief came over the side, Paul Jones, with his own hands, hoisted the American flag for the first time over an American man-of-war. The flag was very different from the modern stars and stripes. It was of yellow silk, in the center of which was a pine tree, with a rattlesnake coiled at its roots, and the motto, "Don't tread on me." After the Americans made an attack on New Providence, where several boats were captured, Paul Jones was promoted to the rank of captain as a reward for his excellent services, and given command of the Providence, on whose quarterdeck he sailed for the West Indies to prey upon British shipping. His knowledge of the waters was so thorough, and his skill as a naval officer of such high quality, that in 47 days he captured no less than 16 vessels. Congress was delighted at his exploits. In reward he was given the command of his old ship, the Alfred, and in her he sailed northward along the coast of Nova Scotia until he entered the Gut of Canso. In the neighborhood of this deep strait that runs between Nova Scotia proper and the island of Cape Breton, Paul Jones captured 12 fishing vessels. Having placed prize crews on his new ships, he triumphantly returned to the United States. His fame now was widely established among the revolting colonies. By order of Congress he was transferred to the sloop Ranger, with orders to cruise about the coast of England and destroy shipping. Paul Jones planned to do more than this. He intended actually to attack English seaports and burn the shipping in the harbors, feeling convinced that he could inflict greater losses on the enemy in this manner. And as he enjoyed the honor of raising the American flag for the first time over an American war vessel, he now had the added honor of being the first naval officer to sail under the Stars and Stripes, which flew for the first time in naval history above the Ranger. After visiting France, where he delivered messages from the American government to the American commissioners in Paris, one of whom was Benjamin Franklin, Paul Jones decided to attack the town of Whitehaven, which had been well known to him as a boy. In the depth of night, the Ranger stole into the entrance of the harbor and dropped anchor. Then 2 boats put off from her with muffled oars, Paul Jones in command of one, and his lieutenant, whose name was Wallingford, in charge of the other. Jones ordered Wallingford to set fire to the shipping on the north side of town, while he himself, with his men, should advance upon the nearby fort and spike the guns. As the fort was an old one and had a small garrison, the intrepid commander had but little trouble in capturing it, particularly as none of the British dreamed of a raid, and small wonder, for their shores had been safe from the invader since the time of William the Conqueror. The garrison was completely surprised and gave in without a struggle. Jones and his followers quickly spiked the guns of the fort, and taking their prisoners with them, hastened back to the boats. When they arrived, a great disappointment confronted them, for Lieutenant Wallingford had failed to fire the shipping as ordered. He gave the excuse that the lanterns that had been brought with them for the purpose had been blown out by the wind, but he had made no attempt to secure firebrands from any other quarter. So Jones himself, with some of his followers, took live coals from a nearby house, and with the aid of a tar barrel succeeded in setting fire to one of the ships that was tied to the wharf. By this time it was early morning. Ordering his little band back into their boats, Jones himself, with drawn pistol, stood off the curious and frightened throng of people that had gathered around him, when the flames arose to such an extent that it had become impossible to save the ill-fated ship, and not till then did the plucky commander seek refuge. As he rode away with his men, the British rushed to the forts to seek vengeance, where they found that the guns were spiked, and by the time they had unearthed 1 or 2 old cannon, the Americans were well out of harm's way. All England rang with the story, and the rage and consternation of the British people is hard to describe. After having held themselves safe from invasion for hundreds of years, and boasting proudly that they governed every sea, they liked it but ill that their peace should be disturbed by a nation which was considered by them to be no more than an insignificant group of revolting farmers. And the moral effect of the bold raid by Jones exceeded by far any material advantage that he gained. While England was still buzzing like a hornet's nest as a result of this exploit, Jones performed another deed that was even bolder than the attack on Whitehaven. And this was no less than a raid on the estate of the Earl of Selkirk, where his uncle had worked as a gardener, and where Jones himself had spent a part of his boyhood. His purpose was to carry off the Earl as a prisoner of war, and, holding him as a hostage, to effect the exchange of certain American prisoners who were being cruelly treated in British prisons. But ill luck still pursued him. Upon arriving at the earl's estate, he found that Selkirk himself was away from home, and that his mission was fruitless. On the insistence of his men, he took the silver plate that belonged to the earl, but touched nothing else on the estate. When the plate came up for sale, and the sailors were to receive their share of the prize money, Jones bought the plate himself and returned it to the earl with a courteous letter explaining that only the exigencies of war and similar conduct of the British on American territory had compelled him to take such a course. With the captured plate safe in his vessel, Paul Jones then attacked the 20-gun British sloop of war Drake, and after a severe combat succeeded in making her his prize. With the British cruisers in search of him everywhere, he took the captured vessel into the French harbor of Brest, where he underwent heartbreaking delays in obtaining money to pay his men. Then the Ranger was taken from him, as the French government and the American commissioners in Paris desired him to be placed in command of a French vessel. At last Paul Jones was given charge of an old merchantman named Duras, whose name he was allowed to change to suit his own pleasure. In deference to Benjamin Franklin, who had always been his close friend, Jones called his new craft the Bonhomme Richard, in honor of Benjamin Franklin's famous nickname of Poor Richard. The Bonhomme Richard was refitted and made to approach a ship of war as closely as possible, and in August 1779 Jones sailed in her on what was destined to be his most famous cruise. The French had placed some other ships at his disposal, to the extent that they were to accompany the Bonhomme Richard, but were independent of her command, being under French naval officers. This peculiar state of affairs greatly reduced the efficiency of the little squadron, whose vessels were the Pallas, the Vengeance, the Cerf, and the Alliance. The crew of the Bonhomme Richard, which was the only American vessel of the little fleet, and the only one that accomplished any signal success, was composed of such a motley assortment of the off-scourings of the dockyards that even Jones' stout heart sank when he saw his men assembled together. Among the men that were supposed to be sailors were many French peasants who had never even seen a vessel, and English prisoners that he had to keep in order by the armed force of his more loyal men. The fact that he was able to mold this variegated mass of undisciplined humanity into a staunch crew capable of winning one of the most famous naval battles of history is a proof of his genius for leadership. The lack of unity in command soon began to show the inevitable ill results. The Cerf became separated from the squadron and returned to France. The Alliance, under the infamous Captain Landres, who had been dishonorably discharged from the French Navy, refused to cooperate with Jones and soon disappeared on some unknown errand. As the remaining three vessels were cruising near Flamborough Head, they sighted a large convoy of British merchant vessels, which were guarded by two warships, the Serapis, a frigate with nearly twice the number of guns as the Bonhomme Richard, and the Countess of Scarborough, which was also a large war vessel. They sighted the convoy well on the afternoon and closed with it at about sunset. People on shore, who had recognized the fact that Jones' ships were a hostile squadron, crowded the heights to see the sea fight, which they knew was not far off. As the sun was going down, the Serapis approached the Bonhomme Richard and hailed her with the cry, "What ship is that?" "I don't hear you," answered Jones, who was maneuvering his vessel so as to rake the decks of his opponent with his opening broadside. And when the Serapis hailed again, the Bonhomme Richard opened fire with all the guns she could bring to bear upon her. It was a severe blow, but the Serapis was not slow in responding, and almost at the first broadside from the English, the American ship was severely crippled. Two of the old cannon of the Bonhomme Richard had exploded at the first shot, killing and wounding many, and tearing a large hole in the hull of the ship. But although he was in a serious predicament, Jones continued to fight with vigor. Broadside after broadside was poured in, and both vessels sailed slowly abreast of each other, enveloped in a cloud of dense white smoke that hid the scene from the wondering folk on shore. The best chance for the weaker vessel was to close with its opponent, and Jones maneuvered until he had an opportunity to make the Bonhomme Richard fast to the Serapis. The jibboom of the Britisher had swung over the deck of the Richard, and Jones with his own hands made it fast to the mizzenmast of his ship. The two ships were now locked in a death grip, and so close that when the guns were loaded the cannoneers had to lean into the ports of the enemy vessel to drive the ramrods home. The big British frigate had the advantage. With heavier batteries than the American ship, she was able to silence Jones' guns one after one. Several attempts were made by Jones to board his enemy, but without success. He was a beaten man. As his batteries were put out of commission, the men came to the main deck and manned the remaining guns, or formed boarding parties there. From the tops of the Bonhomme Richard a continuous and accurate fire was poured on the decks of the Serapis, and many a British sailor lost his life as a result of the accuracy of the French sharpshooters who were engaged there. By this time the desperate conditions below decks on the Bonhomme Richard were almost indescribable. Water was pouring into the hold. Great breaches were made in the hull, and the ship was several times set on fire. But Jones fought on. One of his petty officers, thinking him dead, raised a cry for quarter, which was heard on the British ship. "Have you surrendered?" called Captain Pearson, the British commander. Jones had knocked down the quartermaster with the butt of his pistol and climbed into the rigging of his ship so the British and his own men could hear his answer more clearly. "I have not yet begun to fight," he shouted, and a cheer broke out on the deck of the American. Just then the Alliance under Captain Landais came up, and Jones believed that the battle was won. But the Alliance, instead of firing on the Serapis, discharged a broadside at the Bonhomme Richard. In spite of shouts and warnings, Landais continued his dastardly work, and many Americans and Frenchmen were killed or wounded by his fire. Then his craft sailed away and was seen no more until after the battle. It was now known aboard the Serapis what a desperate state of affairs existed on Jones's ship, and the English believed that a few more broadsides would bring them victory. But their hopes were suddenly dashed. An American sailor had crawled along the yardarm of the Richard to the mast of the Serapis and had dropped a hand grenade. The grenade plunged through a hatchway and fell upon some loose powder and a row of charges for the cannon that had been placed on deck. The roar of a terrific explosion followed, and Englishmen screaming for quarter could be seen running through the smoke and flame of their own vessel with every vestige of clothing burned from their bodies. The battle was won by the Americans. Captain Pearson walked aft and struck his colors. American officers boarded the Serapis, and Pearson and his lieutenants were ordered to report to Jones on the Bonhomme Richard. There Captain Pearson surrendered his sword and was placed in confinement by Jones. The Bonhomme Richard had been so severely damaged in the fight that she was in a sinking condition, and it was plain to see that she would not remain above the waves much longer. So, transferring every man to the Serapis, Jones sailed for a Dutch port, accompanied by his other vessels. The Countess of Scarborough had been captured after about an hour's fight, and Jones had more than 500 British prisoners in his charge, including 2 captains and a number of lesser officers. Although many difficulties and dangers still beset him, Jones' fame was now assured. England and France rang with his victory, and while the English drew cartoons of him as a bloody pirate, strutting on a quarter-deck that was lined with the bodies of his victims, the French King, Louis XVI, presented him with a gold-mounted sword and the cross of the Order of Military Merit. Congress passed a resolution commending him for his gallantry, and he received a complimentary letter from General Washington. When the war with England ended, and the United States had secured their independence, Paul Jones entered the service of the Russian Empire under Catherine the Great, with the rank of Rear Admiral. He gave the new country of his adoption the greatest service in their war with the Turks, many of whose vessels Jones sunk or destroyed. But he was disgusted with Russian intrigue, resigned his commission, and returned to Paris. All this time he had remained an American citizen. He considered this the greatest honor of any that had come to him, that he could call himself a citizen of the republic for which he had fought so often and so well against such great odds. But his health had been failing him, and he died in Paris on July 18th, 1792. He was given a public funeral by the French National Assembly. For a long time his body remained in France. At length, however, its resting place was discovered by General Horace Porter, USA, and all that remained of Paul Jones was brought back in state to America on a great steel ship, the like of which he had never seen. He was given a national funeral at Annapolis, and his body was entombed in the beautiful chapel of the Naval Academy, which institution Jones himself had urged Congress to found. It is a fitting resting place for America's greatest naval hero, for while we have many distinguished and noble sailors, there is no name that has the ring of John Paul Jones. End of chapter 19.
Chapter 20 of A Treasury of Heroes and Heroines. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Treasury of Heroes and Heroines by Clayton Edwards. Chapter 20. Molly Pitcher. In the days of the American Revolution, a young woman lived as a servant in Carlisle, Pennsylvania, with the family of General Irving, a retired British officer who had fought in the French and Indian War and had seen a great deal of service. This young woman was named Molly Ludwig Hayes, and was the wife of a barber who had been well known in the village. He had won her hand with difficulty, for Molly was a belle throughout the countryside. She was not only handsome, but as strong as a man, able to carry a heavy meal sack on her shoulder, and one of the hardest workers that the town knew. She washed and scrubbed and scoured and baked from morning till night, and seemed to revel in the hard work that gave the needed exercise to her strong muscles. Throughout her life, Molly Hayes had admired soldiers, and more than once she expressed herself in no undecided terms to the effect that she wished she were a man, so that she could bear arms and wear a uniform and be a soldier herself. When she was still a very young woman, the American Revolution for freedom from Great Britain broke out. All the country was aflame and rang with the stories of what happened at Lexington and Bunker Hill. Man after man from the village took his powder horn and musket and went off to enlist for the war, and Molly grew more and more restless as she saw them go. At last her husband came to her, somewhat sheepishly, for he disliked to tell her the intention he had in his heart, but at length he made her understand that just because he was married was no reason why he should remain at home with the women, and he too intended to enlist that very day. Molly consented with the utmost enthusiasm. She told him that she would be proud to be the wife of a soldier, since she could not be one herself, and bade him farewell with the admonishment to do his part bravely, and to bear himself like the man she knew him to be. And she stood at the door of their home waving good-bye to him, with a cheerful face that gave no hint of her aching heart. When her husband had departed, Molly returned to the Irving household, where she worked as well as she had before her marriage, trying to find relief in the heavy labor from the pain of having lost her husband, and the aching desire to go and do her part beside him even though she were a woman. Fate, thought Molly, had made a sad mistake in making her a woman, for she knew that in spite of her petticoats she could soldier as well as the men, and if she had only been a man she believed she could have risen to an important position in the army. The tide of the struggle wavered, and battles with the redcoats were fought and won. It was hard to get the newspapers in those times, and news of the armies and their doings was often weeks behind the actual events. Molly hoped and waited, but for weeks at a time she went without word from her husband, and did not know whether he were alive or dead. One day a messenger called for her at the Irving household. He had a letter from John Hayes for Molly, and it not only told her that he was alive and well, but was in camp not far off from her former home in Trenton, New Jersey, where her aged parents were still living. The letter ended by telling her to come to Trenton and live with her parents, for he would be able without doubt to get leave from his command and see her often. Soon the war itself was being fought in the neighborhood of her home. The Americans attacked the British near Princeton, killing and capturing a large number. Then Washington with his small force withdrew from that region before reinforcements could be brought against him. And now Molly found that there was something that she could do, namely, go and care for the wounded who were still lying where they had fallen on the field of battle. The British General Cornwallis and his men were approaching, but that did not worry her a whit, and she went to and fro upon the battlefield carrying water for parched throats and binding wounds until the British soldiers were actually upon her. Then Molly saw a cannon pointed in the direction of the British, and to her surprise it was loaded, and there was a fuse still smoldering and lying near at hand. She studied the cannon carefully, and it seemed to be aimed right at a group of the enemy that was approaching. The brave girl dropped the pail of water that she had been carrying, picked up the fuse, and applied it to the touch-hole. With a loud roar the charge was fired, and the cannon leapt backwards on its wheels. At this moment the British halted in amazement. They had believed that the Americans were far away, and here this gun gave warning that they were still near at hand, or at any rate had left a strong rear guard with artillery to delay them in their pursuit. Hastily they crossed over the field and surrounded the gun, which was deserted. Molly had left and had taken with her a wounded American soldier whom she carried on her shoulder. The British had not seen her go, but it had not occurred to them that a woman had fired the shot that caused so much disturbance among them and aided the retreating Americans so greatly by delaying their pursuers. If they had realized that Molly herself was the cannoneer, she would have had but little chance of mercy at their hands, and would at once have faced a firing squad or been hung to the nearest tree. As it was, they thought she was only some country girl who had perhaps lost some relative in the recent battle and was carrying his dead body back to her home, and so they paid no attention to her. Molly, however, by firing this shot, had materially aided General Washington, for any delay of the British, even a slight one, gave a great advantage to the Americans who were hurrying from superior numbers to put themselves in a good tactical position as soon as they could. On a hot day of July in the following summer, it chanced that Washington's forces were again not far away from Molly's home, and she took a difficult journey on the chance of seeing her husband. Her first step in soldiering had been taken when she fired the cannon at the British in the preceding year. A far greater adventure lay before her, for she fell in with the American soldiers just as they commenced the severe Battle of Monmouth. This battle had considerable importance, as a comparatively large number of troops were engaged in it. General Washington was in command of the Americans, and the English were led by Sir Henry Clinton. The English had been retreating from Philadelphia across New Jersey, followed by Washington, and the American general had decided to launch an attack on the left wing of the retreating forces, and General Lee was ordered by Washington to attack the English on the flank and hold them in battle until he himself could come up with the bulk of the American army. General Lee, however, proved to be a poor man for this task, and his indecision and semi-cowardice left Washington exposed to the brunt of the enemy's attack before he was prepared to meet it, and against the intentions of the American commander. The situation was saved by General Greene, who saw what had happened, changed his own plans, and diverted the attack of the British to his own position, from which he poured in a heavy artillery fire that caused them terrible losses. John Hayes was one of the cannoneers of Greene's artillery, and he worked all day loading and firing his piece. It was a terribly hot day, and many men in both the British and the American armies fell exhausted, and even died from the heat of the sun. All this time Molly Hayes had been caring for the wounded and carrying water to the thirsty gunners, using for the purpose the bucket that was attached to her husband's cannon for cleaning purposes. Tirelessly she continued her efforts to care for the wounded and comfort the fighting soldiers, heedless of the bullets that came her way or of the general turmoil of battle. As the day wore on, the men would greet her coming with, "Here comes Molly with her pitcher," and gradually this was changed to, "Here comes Molly Pitcher." And this was the name that history has adopted in regard to the brave woman for whom it was so used. At last John Hayes succumbed to the heat and fell unconscious beside his gun. The sun had proved too much for him. Molly stopped carrying water to care for her husband. She bathed his head and moved him into the shade, returning to her duties just in time to hear General Knox give orders that the cannon be removed, because he had no other gunner cool enough and skillful enough to work it in its present exposed position. At this, Molly sprang forward, crying out, "Leave the gun where it is. I can fire it. I am a gunner's wife and know how to load and fire a cannon. I'll take the place that my brave husband has left." And running to the gun, Molly commenced to load and fire so determinedly and skillfully that a gasp of amazement ran through the men that saw her. For many weary hours she toiled at the gun, until the British were driven back and the battle was claimed as an American victory. And then the young woman found herself the darling of all the soldiers in the army, for word of her actions ran like wildfire through the ranks, and cheers re-echoed wherever she went. Before she left her cannon, General Greene himself came over to where she stood, and grasping her hand, thanked her in the name of the American army. This was not all the triumph she received, however, for word was soon brought to her that General Washington himself wished to see her. She was in her ragged, grimy clothes, in which she had fought and succored the wounded through the whole of that hot day, and she now put on a soldier's coat in which to meet the general. Washington praised her highly and before a large number of his officers and men, and more cheering re-echoed through the ranks when he gave her the brevet rank of captain in the American army. And not only the Americans did her honor, but the French as well, for the Marquis de Lafayette with his own hand presented her with a purse of golden crowns. In this strange way Molly Hayes's desire to be a soldier came true, and the name of Molly Pitcher, as she was ever after called, became one of the great names of American history. After the war was ended, she lived with her husband until he died, and later she married again. But in her whole life the Battle of Monmouth stood out as the great day on which she realized her ambition and helped the American forces in battle. End of Chapter 20.
Chapter 21 of A Treasury of Heroes and Heroines. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Treasury of Heroes and Heroines by Clayton Edwards. Chapter 21. Napoleon Bonaparte. There are only two names in history that are as great as conquerors and statesmen as that of Julius Caesar, of whom you have read in the present book. One of these two men was Alexander the Great, who lived hundreds of years before the birth of Christ, and the other was Napoleon Bonaparte, later called Bonaparte, and then Napoleon, who lived and died 100 years ago. Greater than Caesar, greater than Alexander, is the name of Napoleon. While Caesar was of noble birth and had all the advantages of position and authority in his favor, and while Alexander was a king and born to rule, Napoleon Bonaparte sprang from the humblest beginnings and had nothing to help him make his way except his own genius. While Alexander was little but a wonderful soldier, Napoleon Bonaparte was both a mighty soldier and a great statesman. And not only did he place himself upon a throne, but he made all the members of his family kings and princes. He was born on the island of Corsica in 1769, and was the fourth child and the youngest son of Charles Bonaparte, who lived in the town of Ajaccio and was as poor as his neighbors, which, as he lived in Corsica, means that he was very poor indeed. Charles Bonaparte was an ardent Corsican patriot, and often plotted how Corsica could win her freedom from France. But nevertheless he held a French office, and was willing to send his sons to French schools. It was not long before Napoleon showed his family that he had the stubborn nature and iron will that would make him a great soldier. Before he was 10 years old, he dominated his brothers and sisters, and made them do as he said. He was afraid of nothing, and showed himself a natural leader among the children with whom he lived. As soon as he was old enough to talk, he desired to be a soldier, and when he was 10 years old, he was taken by his father to a military school in France. For 5 years Napoleon remained at this school at Brienne, mastering the military art. As he was gloomy and silent, he did not make friends easily. He was the butt of ridicule, and bore ill-natured jokes from the other young students there. But in spite of all this, all were a little afraid of him, and did not dare to provoke him too far. When Napoleon was 16 years old, his military education was considered to be finished, and he was given the commission of a second lieutenant in an artillery regiment. In all these years he had only seen his father once, but Charles Bonaparte either had realized the greatness of his own son, or had one of those flashes of prophecy that sometimes come to dying men, for on his deathbed he cried out, asking for the son Napoleon, whose sword, he said, was to shake the earth, and who was to make himself the master of all Europe. It was not too many years after the young officer had joined his regiment that he had a chance to distinguish himself. This was at the siege of a town called Toulon. All France was in upheaval at that time, for the people had revolted against their rulers, and had overthrown their king and their nobility. Their King Louis XVI perished on the public scaffold under the knife of the guillotine, and the French revolutionists had carried on such a reign of terror that all Europe was in turmoil, and the hand of almost every other nation in the world was against the French. Even a number of the French themselves were opposed to their own government, and had placed the town of Toulon at the disposal of the English and their allies. It was this town that the French army was endeavoring to take, and a long and unsuccessful siege had been carried on, for Toulon was strongly defended. Until Napoleon Bonaparte came, the French accomplished little, but Napoleon soon changed the look of the siege. Young as he was, he had command of all the artillery that was being used against the town, and his military genius soon made itself felt, for he gave his orders with lightning rapidity, and saw that they were carried out with a skill that amazed the other officers. Due to his efforts and the skillful arrangement of the cannon at his disposal, the most important strong points of the town fell into French hands. The British fleet, which was cooperating with the besieged, was driven off, and Toulon was captured. But this piece of work did not bring Napoleon any immediate or great reward. In fact, it was not long before he was out of favor with the revolutionary government, and his commission as an officer taken from him. He had formed a friendship with the brother of Robespierre, a revolutionary leader who came under the displeasure of the Republic, and when Napoleon was offered a command of infantry, he refused to accept it, and thus found himself outside the profession that he had chosen. However, his skill at Toulon was soon to give him the opportunity he sought, for one of the members of the revolutionary government had noticed his ability and resolved to call upon him in time of need. This time soon came, for rioting and bloodshed broke out in Paris, and the people sought to overthrow the government. Then Napoleon was called on to protect the palace of the Tuileries, where the offices of the French government were located. Here Napoleon showed the stuff he was made of. Although he was given the appointment late in the day, the next morning saw cannon trained on all the avenues approaching the Tuileries, and the cannoneers standing like statues with lighted matches ready to fire upon the slightest provocation. When the Parisian mob, armed with clubs, pistols, and old muskets, advanced to storm the palace, Napoleon waited until some shots had been fired, and then gave a sharp command. With a roar of cannon, a storm of death swept down the avenues, and the people scattered like chaff, leaving many dead and wounded behind them. The government had been saved due to the prompt action of the young artillery officer, and was properly grateful. Napoleon was given an important command. He received a general's rank, and was put in charge of the Army of the Interior. It was at this time that he met a beautiful widow named Josephine de Beauharnais, with whom he promptly fell in love. Through Barras, the official who had brought him into prominence, the match was arranged, and Napoleon was married to Josephine. But the young officer had already started upon his career of greatness, and did not have much time to celebrate his nuptials. While on leave, and even when engaged in other duties, he had found opportunity to study the situation in Italy, where many forces hostile to the French Republic were gathered. He had even formed a plan by which the French could invade Italy, and it was now suggested to the directors of the French government that he himself be allowed to put this plan into execution. They consented, and hurrying to the south of France, with only 2 days after his wedding, Napoleon took charge of a French army of about 50,000 ragged and ill-fed soldiers. His men had not been paid for months, and there was practically no discipline among them. They were sick and discouraged, worn out with fighting the battles of the revolutionary party without reward. But when Napoleon appeared among them, their spirits rose as though by magic, for the young commander knew how to appeal to their imagination and to awaken their fighting instinct. "Soldiers," he said to them, "you are half starved and half naked. The government owes you much, but can do nothing for you. I am about to lead you into the most fertile valleys of the world. There you will find flourishing cities and teeming provinces. There you will reap honor, glory, and riches. Soldiers of the army of Italy, will you lack courage?" In Italy were the Austrians and the Sardinians, against whom Napoleon was to fight. He did not attempt to cross the Alps, as the great general Hannibal had done in ancient times. Instead of this, he skirted the Alps, and fell upon the enemy so rapidly that they were not prepared to meet him. With a series of brilliant marches and maneuvers, he divided the forces of his enemy, and compelled the Sardinians to sign an armistice, although the French government had given him no authority to take so much power into his own hands. He then drove back the Austrians, and defeated them in the Battle of Lodi, where he carried a standard with his own hands, and rallied his troops in the face of withering fire. The Austrians were completely defeated, and numbered their dead by the thousands. And so delighted were the French soldiers by their success, that they gave to the name of their young commander the title of the Little Corporal. Napoleon, however, did not let the grass grow under his heels, for in war he believed that victory almost always came to the commander who struck first. Time was everything, he declared, and advancing swiftly, he laid siege to the town of Mantua, defeated several armies that were sent to relieve it, and brought all Italy under his control. And now the directors of the French government learned that the young general they had placed in command of the army of Italy was made of very different material from the average general who obeyed their orders. Napoleon treated them haughtily, and made demands rather than requests from them. He had already exceeded his power many times, and had treated with the rulers and the commanders of the enemies he had beaten as though he himself were the ruler of France. Indeed, his soldiers talked frequently of making him such, and declared they would rather have a general like Napoleon as their king and be his subjects, than to be governed by a group of civilian clerks who knew nothing of war, and had to rely on others to carry out their wishes. It may be sure that Napoleon did not discourage this feeling among his soldiers, for he designed to make himself the ruler of France. The time had not yet come, however, for him to reveal his intentions openly, although it is true they were but thinly disguised. After he had negotiated with Austria for peace, and arranged the armistice with Sardinia, Napoleon returned to Paris, carrying with him many priceless paintings and works of art taken from the states that he had conquered. These were placed in the galleries of the Louvre in Paris, which at once became the most wonderful picture galleries in the world. But the directors of the French government were afraid of the young conqueror, who was acclaimed by the people wherever he went, and desiring to get rid of him, they readily gave their consent to a plan that Napoleon himself suggested. This was that since France was still at war with England, and not strong enough to invade that country, Napoleon should strike at her by taking an army to conquer Egypt, and thus do injury to England's trade with her eastern possessions in India, by opening a road to invade that far country which was the source of England's power. Preparations for the expedition were conducted with great secrecy in Toulon, the same town that he had captured a few years before. And in May of 1798, Napoleon set sail with a large fleet that contained about 35,000 of his best soldiers and his most clever and trustworthy officers. On landing in Egypt, he lost no time but quickly captured Alexandria and marched into the desert. The Mamelukes, who had fought against Napoleon, although undisciplined and savage, were nevertheless brave fighters. Their cavalry was far famed for its bravery and skill at horsemanship, as well as for rich trappings and costly equipment. Bravely the Mamelukes charged against the French, and time after time they recoiled from the squares of glittering bayonets on which riders and horses were impaled. But at last they weakened, and the French charged in their turn, and from an unexpected quarter. The battle was over. Napoleon's keen eye had seen that the artillery of the Mamelukes had no wheels and was moved with difficulty, and he arranged his men accordingly. But while Napoleon succeeded on land, he had been cut off from returning to France, for the English admiral, Lord Nelson, had defeated the French fleet. Napoleon fought and won battles against the Turks, but his force was too small and the odds against him too great for him to succeed in an eastern campaign, cut off as he was by the English. And while he was in this difficult situation, word was brought to him that war had broken out again in Italy, and all his work there had been undone. It was imperative, if he wished to hold his power in France, that he should make his way to Paris without delay. So Napoleon left his men in charge of one of his generals, and with only a few followers embarked at Alexandria. His ship eluded the English fleet, which was cruising the Mediterranean Sea, and he made his way to Paris with all speed. France at this time was governed by a Directory and a Council of 500. This was one of the forms of revolutionary government that had been adopted after the French had dethroned and slain their king. Napoleon believed that the time had come for him to seize the chief position in the French government, but he did not dare as yet openly to have himself proclaimed as king. With his brother Lucien and his adviser Talleyrand, although Napoleon did not accept advice as a rule, but was guided by his own bold, brilliant ideas, he overthrew the Council of 500 and abolished the Directory. Then he established what was called the Provisional Government, which was headed by a group of 3 men, who were called consuls. Naturally, Napoleon was the first and most important of these, and took care to see that the bulk of the power wielded by the consuls should remain in his hands. Clever, bold, and brilliant, stopping at nothing, with a solid backing of the army and a brain greater than any that had been known on this earth in hundreds of years, it seemed as though this Superman could accomplish anything he desired. After he had attained his ends in Paris, he went again into the field to meet his enemies. There was no immediate fear that France would be invaded, for while the Austrians had won victories in Italy and freed that country from French control, for which they substituted their own, a French general named Massena had won a victory in Switzerland that had shaken the grip of his enemies. It was necessary, however, that Italy be invaded a second time, and this time Napoleon made his plans to cross the Alps as Hannibal had done 2,000 years before. With his supplies on pack mules, with cannon wheels carried by his soldiers, and the men themselves drawing the cannon on rude sleds improvised from tree trunks, the indomitable commander crossed the mighty mountain range that stood in his way, and suddenly appeared on the Italian plains in a part of the country where the Austrians had not dreamed that he would arrive. Before they were able to collect and rearrange their forces, Napoleon struck and defeated them in the Battle of Marengo, where his men fought against odds of 3-1. Other battles followed, and French generals invaded Austria. There remained nothing for the Austrians to do but sue for peace. England soon followed her example, and France was at peace with the world. Then Napoleon busied himself with internal matters and set about reorganizing the French government and framing a code of laws that might be used thereafter by the country that he had made his own. This was called the Code Napoleon, and it is largely used today in France, for Napoleon's genius as a lawmaker and a ruler was almost as great as his power of generalship. He did not know such a word as failure, but succeeded in everything he put his hand to. While whole libraries had been written about him, there seemed to be three main reasons for his gigantic successes. The first is that he was a natural genius, with far superior mental power to any other man of his time. The second is that he had wonderful ability to work hard. And the third is that he knew how to draw to himself the loyalty and affection of the ablest men of his day, and make their achievements further stepping stones to his own successes. He had studied his trade of soldiering since he was old enough to talk. He had worked at it constantly and toiled so incessantly that he seldom slept more than 3 or 4 hours a night. Moreover, in the troubled times in which Napoleon appeared on the international stage, France was ripe for just such leadership and indomitable will power as he was able to supply. Fortune favored his efforts as much as he favored himself. The peace that had come to Europe did not last long. In the treaties that had been framed, Napoleon had taken care to include affairs that would furnish him with new excuses to make war whenever he desired. And now he went to war again with England, and made plans for invading that country, which he hated above all others. He had become so powerful by this time that he desired to wear the crown of France. Accordingly, he made arrangements for a brilliant coronation, and invited Pope Pius VIII to place the crown upon his head. As there was still much hatred in France of the word king, Napoleon decided to assume the title of emperor. On December 2nd, 1804, before a most brilliant assembly of people, Napoleon and Josephine were crowned. When the Pope approached to place the crown on Napoleon's head, he rose quickly, took the crown from the Pope's hand, and placed it on his head himself, while a gasp of astonishment ran through the audience. He then removed it and placed it on the head of Josephine, who sat on the throne beside him. As the crown touched Napoleon's brow, Paris re-echoed to the thunder of guns and to deafening cheers and cries of "Long live the Emperor!" Grim old soldiers, who had followed him in many bitter campaigns, embraced each other and got drunk in the wine shops. There was a wild time of revel and celebration. The French people forgot the revolution in which thousands had died just to prevent the rule of kings. They thought of nothing but their new ruler, who had made France the mistress of the world and was to lead his armies to even greater victories. And it seemed that Napoleon would need more victories to keep his power. Through the tireless efforts of the English statesman Pitt, Russia and Austria had joined England against him. Other countries were secretly in league with these allies, and war was again to shake the entire world. As we have said, Napoleon had planned to invade England, and so certain was he of success that he had a monument erected celebrating the future invasion. But to secure the results and to transport his army safely into England, it was necessary for Napoleon to have mastery of the English Channel, which was controlled by British warships under Lord Nelson, who, as you remember, had cut off and defeated Napoleon at sea when he was engaged in the invasion of Egypt. And while arrangements were completed for carrying a large French army from Boulogne to the English shores, a mishap befell Napoleon that forever prevented him from realizing his dream of British invasion. The French fleet under Admiral Villeneuve met Lord Nelson off Trafalgar and was utterly defeated. Napoleon's chance to invade England was gone forever. With his genius, however, for changing failure into success, Napoleon had already turned his designs elsewhere. With the splendid army with which he contemplated the humiliation of England, he now marched against Austria. After defeating the Austrians in several engagements, Napoleon met the combined Russian and Austrian forces at Austerlitz on the anniversary of the day on which he had been crowned as emperor. And fortune, which had crowned him then in Paris, now crowned his genius on the battlefield by the greatest of all his victories. After prodigious slaughter, the Russians and Austrians were completely routed, losing thousands of prisoners. The Treaty of Pressburg followed, in which the Austrian Emperor Francis I was compelled to give up large slices of his territory to France, and the Russians, as quickly as possible, withdrew into their own country. But this was only the beginning of the wars that Napoleon thenceforward was engaged in. The Kingdom of Prussia declared war against France, and Napoleon marched against the Prussians and defeated them at the Battle of Jena. Russia, however, was ready to make peace with France, for after Jena, Napoleon turned his attention to the Russians and defeated them at Friedland. Then the Tsar of Russia and Napoleon met on a raft which was anchored in the middle of the river Niemen, and swore eternal friendship. This was called the Treaty of Tilsit. As England was now the only great nation that continued to be the enemy of France, Napoleon had made arrangements in this treaty that were designed to cripple England's trade and do as much damage to her as was possible. Moreover, the conqueror then decided that henceforth there were to be no neutral nations. Either the other countries must aid him in his trade war against England, and in other ways, should he desire, or take the consequences of braving his anger. With this policy in his mind, Portugal was invaded, and the royal family was driven from the country to South America, where they sought refuge in the country of Brazil. Spain had sided with France against Portugal, but Napoleon then humiliated and dominated Spain. He used a far greater number of men than was necessary for his Portuguese invasion, and turned them against the Spaniards, many of whose most important forts had been taken by the French soldiers through treachery as well as by stratagem. When the conquest of Spain was ended, Napoleon placed his brother Joseph on the Spanish throne. Austria, however, was preparing for another struggle against Napoleon. Though continually defeated by the French, the Austrians lost no chance of turning on them or taking any opportunity that might bring success against the victorious soldiers of Napoleon. But this only brought upon the Austrians the further defeat of Wagram and the loss of additional territory to Napoleon. But now fortune began to go against the brilliant soldier who had seldom lost a battle and practically never had been defeated. The Russians did not like the alliance with France that had been imposed upon them at Tilsit, and in spite of the Tsar's vows of friendship, were ready to turn against Napoleon on the first opportunity. In fact, the Tsar had become directly angered at Napoleon for the following reason. Although Napoleon had made himself emperor, there was no heir to the French throne, as it seemed that Josephine would remain childless. Napoleon conceived the plan of divorcing her and marrying some high-born lady whose alliance with him would strengthen the bonds between her country and that of the French. He had negotiated with the Russian Tsar for the hand of a Russian princess, but before the arrangements had been completed, he married an Austrian duchess named Marie Louise. This turned Russia into the scale against Napoleon, who had already dealt with the Russians in a high-handed manner. So the Tsar entered into a close alliance with England against the conqueror. Then Napoleon made the greatest mistake of all his brilliant career. With all Europe in unrest against him, he nevertheless conceived the plan of invading Russia and raised a great army for this purpose. Russia was and is one of the most difficult countries in all of Europe in which to carry on a military invasion. The country is so cold and barren, and the distances are so great, that any invading army had great difficulty in transporting its supplies and marching the required distances. Napoleon had almost always relied for his supplies on the countries he had conquered, and believed that it was always possible for large armies to subsist on forage and the supplies of the conquered inhabitants. To a large extent he used this policy in his invasion of Russia, and it brought about his downfall. With an army of 400,000 men he entered Russia and advanced into the interior. The Russians constantly retreated before him and laid waste everything in his path. Towns were burned, crops were destroyed, and cattle driven away, as Napoleon led his forces toward the ancient and historic city of Moscow. When the French had advanced a long distance into Russia, the Russian general named Kutuzov offered them battle in a place called Borodino. It was a stubborn and bloody conflict, and more lives were lost both by the Russians and by the French than in any previous battle Napoleon had engaged in. The Russians then continued to retreat, and Napoleon entered Moscow on the 14th of September, 1812. Here the French believed that they would find respite from the hardships that they had encountered, and sufficient food and grain to feed their army. But their hopes were short-lived, and in Moscow a great disaster befell them. Flames broke out in the city on the first night of their occupation, and were extinguished with difficulty. On the next night fires were kindled by hidden Russians in 100 different places, and at last the city was a sea of flames, in which no man could live. Napoleon had gained nothing by his invasion except to conquer a devastated country, and now, with winter coming on, he was compelled to retreat again toward the Russian frontier. The plight of the French army had become fearful. Without food and with insufficient clothing, they were compelled to face the rigors of a Russian winter. As they retreated, the Russians followed them, and bands of wild Cossacks harassed their rear and their flanks, cutting off and killing any stragglers. Even the Russian peasants took part in the pursuit, and slew the exhausted French with their flails and cudgels. Thousands of soldiers froze to death. In crossing the Beresina River, thousands more were drowned. When they approached the frontier, Napoleon left the pitiful remnant of his shattered army to Marshal Ney, one of the bravest of his generals, while he himself, in a swift sleigh, hastened to Paris to raise another army before all Europe knew of what had happened. For as soon as they did know, they would take up arms against him, thinking that in his weakened condition they could overthrow his power. Of the 400,000 that entered Russia, only 20,000 returned. More than 1/3 brave men had left their bones on the chill snows and iron earth of the land they sought to humble. Uprisings, alliances, and campaigns by the hitherto beaten nations followed. Napoleon won the battle of Lutzen, but the English Duke of Wellington defeated the French at Vittoria. At last, in the great battle of Leipzig in October 1813, the French were routed. In the following year the Allies made ready to crush Napoleon. He was now on the defensive, with enemies hemming him in on every side. And although he fought a brilliant campaign, it was hopeless. On April 11th, 1814, Napoleon was compelled to resign the crown and obliged to go into exile, and the island of Elba in the Mediterranean Sea was chosen as the place for him to end his days. For the last time before his exile, Napoleon addressed his soldiers in farewell, and the tears ran down the rough cheeks of the veterans as they bade good-bye to the man who had so often led them to victory. And then Napoleon passed through southern France, on his way to Elba, amid the hisses and execrations of his people, who had already forgotten the victories he had won for France, and thought now only of their misery and the dear ones they had lost on the barren snowfields of Russia. Instead of Napoleon, the brother of the former king, Louis XVI, was placed on the throne of France, an old, fat, wheezy man of no particular ability. It seemed as if the great conqueror was downed at last. But Napoleon intended differently. As he stayed at Elba, surrounded by a little court and with the title of emperor which the Allies had allowed him to keep, he kept looking toward the coast of France and plotting how to return. It is more than probable that his life was in danger at Elba, At all events, he found the life intolerable, and desired once again to play the leading part in European affairs. In the meantime, the French people grew weary of fat old Louis XVIII, whose name of Louis de Witt was changed by the French into a joke, into Louis des Huit, or Louis of the oysters, so fond was the old gourmand of his shellfish. They began to sigh for Napoleon, and look forward to the spring when they hoped he might be able to escape from his island of confinement and rejoin his soldiers in Paris, and this very thing soon happened. Napoleon made a successful plan to escape from Elba, and was concealed on a ship bound for France. And on the short trip back to the French coast, he gave a striking example of his remarkable coolness and the certainty in which he held his future fortune. A passing vessel hailed his ship, asking, among other things, what was the latest news of the Emperor. Napoleon, who was too far off to be recognized, laughingly took the speaking trumpet from the captain's hand and shouted back, "The Emperor is very well," and both vessels passed on their way. Landing with a few followers near Cannes in southern France, Napoleon hastened northward with a small army that he had been allowed to keep at Elba. An army had been sent against him by the French, but Napoleon had no intention of fighting it. Instead, he advanced alone upon his former soldiers, many of whom recognized him and rejoiced at the sight of their former leader. When he drew near, Napoleon threw back his coat and shouted that if any man desired to kill his emperor, now was his opportunity. Instead of killing him, the soldiers crowded around him with cries of joy. The whole army went over to his cause, and Marshal Ney, who had been sent against him, and who had sworn that he would bring Napoleon back in an iron cage, could not withstand the sight of his old general, and threw his lot once more with the imperial eagles. With a force that increased at every mile, Napoleon marched toward Paris, while Louis XVIII hastily gathered up his luggage and fled into Belgium. As soon as the Allies learned of Napoleon's escape, they hastened to make war against him. But Napoleon did not wait for them. With a splendid army at his heels, he marched to the north to meet his foes. Fate was too strong for him, however. On June 16, 1815, he fought the Battle of Ligny, in which he defeated the Prussians, but 2 days later engaged in one of the most famous struggles of all history, the Battle of Waterloo. Here Napoleon was pitted against the English under Lords Wellington and the Prussians under Blucher. All day the struggle went on with success in the balance, and time after time it seemed as if nothing could save the English army from the furious charges of Napoleon's cuirassiers and heavy dragoons. Blucher had been separated from Wellington before the battle opened, and due to muddy roads he was late in arriving with the reinforcements that were necessary for an English victory. When he did appear, however, the battle was won for the Allies. The French broke and scattered in headlong rout, and were followed throughout the night by the ruthless Prussians, who cut them down without mercy. The splendid army that Napoleon had gathered was no more. Napoleon fled to Paris, and from there to Rochefort in southern France, where he was ordered to leave the country without delay. Now that he was defeated, the French were unwilling to harbor him, for they knew that his presence meant continued war with the victorious Allies. At last Napoleon surrendered himself to the commander of the British warship Bellerophon, and was taken to England as a prisoner. The English did not even allow him to land. He was transferred to another vessel and carried to a lonely and rocky island in the South Atlantic called St. Helena. Here, with a few of his followers who remained faithful to him in his misfortune, the great emperor fretted away the remainder of his life. On May 5th, 1821, just as the sunset gun was fired, he breathed his last. He was buried in St. Helena, but his body was later claimed by the French government, and now rests in state in Paris, in a wonderful sarcophagus of red marble beneath the dome of the Hôtel des Invalides. In recesses of this building are also the tombs of Marshal Ney and the other great generals who had best served their emperor in his lifetime. End of chapter 21.
Chapter 22. Giuseppe Garibaldi of A Treasure of Heroes and Heroines. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Treasury of Heroes and Heroines by Clayton Edwards. Chapter 22. Giuseppe Garibaldi. If George Washington was the father of his country, certainly Giuseppe Garibaldi could be called the father of Italian liberty, for this one patriot, almost single-handed, fomented and carried on the revolution that resulted in the birth of the Italian nation as it stands today. Giuseppe Garibaldi was born in the year 1807 in the town of Nice, and was the son of a sailor and sea captain named Domenico Garibaldi. It is probable that almost before he could walk, Giuseppe was familiar with the deck of his father's vessel, and it is certain that when a very young boy he showed an aptitude and desire for a seafaring life. His father, however, did not wish his son to be a sea captain like himself, but desired him to lead some life ashore, where he thought the boy's chances of advancement would be better. This plan, however, did not appeal to Giuseppe. The call of the sea was in him, and he determined to be a sailor like his father. When still a young boy, with one or two companions, he stole a fishing boat and put to sea in the Mediterranean, sailing to the eastward. His father soon gave chase, however, with a faster boat, and caught the would-be mariner off the coast of Monaco, returning with him to Nice. The boy's cruise itself was ended, but this incident convinced the father that his son was intended for the sea, and in a few months Giuseppe shipped as a cabin boy, and before long was making long voyages. He quickly showed that seafaring was his natural calling, for before he was 24 years old he had become the master of a vessel, showing at an early age a capacity for responsibility and an ability to command other men that marked him head and shoulders above his companions. But while engaged upon his voyages, Garibaldi was thinking a great deal about the unfortunate condition of Italy and the unhappiness of his countrymen, for at that time the Italians did not form one nation as they do today, but were grouped in a number of petty states that frequently warred against each other, and were themselves surrounded by more powerful enemies. The idea of making Italy one nation had not then occurred to the bulk of the people, but there was a band of secret revolutionists who were working for Young Italy, and Garibaldi, who was known to be in favor of a united Italy, soon met some of the members of this organization. The young skipper promptly became fired with the desire to aid the work of the revolutionists, and went to Marseilles, where he talked with the famous patriot Mazzini, also a young man who had been active in revolutionary circles, and was the chief organizer of the league called Young Italy. Mazzini's aim was to put an end to all the existing Italian governments and form an Italian republic that should extend from Sicily to the Alps. For his revolutionary activities he had been banished from his native country, and was carrying on his work to the best of his ability in Marseilles. Mazzini gave Garibaldi a cordial greeting, and enlisted his aid in the work of the revolutionists. They were planning a war against the King of Sardinia, whose name was Charles Albert, and while the patriots invaded Savoy, Garibaldi's mission was to go to Genoa and hatch a revolution in the fleet, where it was thought there were many sailors who would gladly fall in with the aims of Young Italy and lend their aid in overthrowing the existing governments. The plot failed, and Garibaldi was left stranded at Genoa, hunted by the soldiers and certain to meet his death in case he was captured. He disguised himself in the dress of a peasant and escaped to France, where a newspaper informed him that he had been named as an outcast from his native country and had been sentenced to death. There was nothing further for him to do at that time except to carry on his calling of a sea captain under an assumed name, and it was not long before he had shipped as a common seaman on a vessel sailing for South America, where for 2 years nothing further was heard of him. But his ardent nature found play in the new country to which he had come, and when the province of Rio Grande rose in revolution against the rule of the Brazilians, Garibaldi joined the rebels and made preparations to fight in this revolutionary cause. He secured a little fishing vessel, and with a few companions began to cruise as a privateer in the insurgent cause, going through many sea fights and many hardships and adventures in the behalf of the revolutionists. Finally he was shipwrecked, and only saved his life by his great skill at swimming, most of his companions drowning in the surf, where he was powerless to help them. The revolutionists gave him another ship, and he soon sailed away for further encounters with the enemy. While in the port of Laguna, a new adventure befell him, for there he beheld the woman who was to become his wife. Her name was Anita Riberas, and according to the South American custom, her father had arranged a marriage for her with a man she did not love. When she met Garibaldi, she was struck with his fine and commanding appearance, and he, on his part, instantly fell in love with her, for she was a woman of great beauty and a keen and spirited mind. The result of this meeting was that Anita eloped with Garibaldi, sailing away with him on his vessel and marrying him a few days later when another port was reached. Anita not only was on board Garibaldi's vessel in a number of sea fights, but actually took part in them. On one occasion, we are told, she was knocked down by a gust of wind made by a cannon ball as it whizzed across the deck, but picking herself up, continued to fight by the side of the men. Garibaldi then organized a band of guerrilla cavalry, and his bride, dressed in man's clothes, rode by his side. It was while her husband was a captain of guerrillas that she bore him a son, and on many weary journeys the baby was carried in a sort of net cradle slung from her saddle. Garibaldi was now fighting for the freedom of Uruguay. It was at this time that Garibaldi formed the band of revolutionaries called the Italian Legion. They chose for their colors a flag on which a volcano was painted, with fire spouting from the crater against a background of black. And Garibaldi, at the head of his Italians, was a skillful and famous soldier, known everywhere in Uruguay and even in foreign countries. In the year 1848, the whole of northern Italy rose in arms against the Austrians, and the King of Sardinia, Charles Albert, was now fighting in a cause that seemed just to Garibaldi, who desired of all things to see the foreign control of great nations taken away from his country. At once he decided to enter the war, and sailed for Italy with the members of his legion. He chose for an emblem this time the colors that have since become the flag of Italy, a flag of red, white, and green, arranged like the French tricolor. He received a cold welcome from the King of Sardinia, for Charles Albert could not forgive his former revolutionary activities. But the king soon had reason to hate him even more than hitherto, for when with the Pope he made peace with Austria after his forces had been defeated, Garibaldi refused to recognize the compact, and with a small band of insurgents continued the fight until he fell ill with fever and was compelled to give up the struggle and allow his soldiers to return to their homes. He was determined, however, that Italy should never again recognize Austrian rule, and as soon as he had recovered from the fever, he began what was called the People's War. Numbers of Italians flocked to his standard, and his cause was soon strengthened by an uprising in Rome, in which the Pope himself was driven from office, and a minister named Rossi was murdered. Garibaldi had hastened to Rome to be present at the declaration of the Roman Republic, of which Mazzini was to be president. As the Austrian and French forces were pursuing him, he organized a stubborn resistance, and furious fighting took place in the outskirts of the city and in the streets themselves. Soon it was evident that the revolutionists must give in and the city be taken. The only hope for the Republicans lay in their escaping to the mountains. The city surrendered finally without Garibaldi's consent, and with his band of red-shirted followers he fled into the country just as the French soldiers were pouring through the gates. His wife, dressed as a man, accompanied him. Then commenced a campaign filled with most bitter hardships and difficulties. At the beginning of his flight he had only 5,000 men, and these were quickly decreased in numbers by the hardships they were compelled to undergo and by many desertions that took place as a result. But Garibaldi persevered until he saw that it was useless to think of any further resistance at that time, and he then planned a flight to the coast. Fully 50,000 well-armed and organized men were in pursuit of him, and their ranks were added to daily by deserters from his own small force. At last all but 200 surrendered, and these, with Garibaldi at their head, seized a number of fishing vessels and put to sea, hoping to reach the friendly city of Venice. But the enemy's vessels were watching the coast, and soon a large fleet was in hot pursuit. Some of Garibaldi's vessels were captured and sunk. and the rest were compelled to land to escape the pursuing ships. All this time his faithful wife Anita had accompanied him, but the hardships they had undergone had proved too much for her. She had fallen ill, and now it was seen that she had only a few hours to live. With soldiers of the enemy following him, and with his dying wife in his arms, Garibaldi hid among the sand dunes of the coast, and at last carried his wife into a deserted cottage, where she promptly breathed her last. With the soldiers at his heels, Garibaldi could not even wait to see her buried. He took to the hills once more, and after a terrible journey of 40 days, in which he was obliged to travel in disguise, he escaped on a fishing boat, and after being turned away from several ports where his presence was unwelcome, made his way to America. This time he went to New York, and for a time earned his daily bread as a ship chandler on Staten Island. Then he returned to his old trade of sea captain and sailed for China in command of a vessel called the Carmen. He then returned to Europe, and as the hatreds of the Revolution had now largely blown over, he was able to go to Nice and see his children. The search for him had waned. Italy seemed hopelessly under the yoke of her enemies, and Garibaldi settled down to private life on the island of Caprera, where he lived simply as a farmer. He was only too ready, however, to respond if another demand should come for him to carry arms in behalf of united Italy, and through the skill of the statesman Cavour, such a demand did come in the year 1859. Cavour, by clever diplomacy, had brought on a war between the Austrians and the French, and with the aid of the powerful nation of France, the Italians were victorious at the battles of Magenta and Solferino. But while France was willing to fight the Austrians, the French were unwilling to have Italy at their doors as a united nation, and a peace was agreed upon between the two great powers, in which Italian liberty was ignored. All the work of Garibaldi seemed to have been useless. All of his great sacrifices were apparently thrown away by the statesmen and diplomats, who were forced to accede to the French and Austrian terms. But the Peace of Villafranca, as this agreement was called, was only the beginning of Garibaldi's greatness. He hastened to Genoa, where with 1,070 followers he seized 2 steamers and embarked for Sicily. Sicily had revolted on hearing of the peace terms, and Garibaldi had been invited to go there and aid the revolution. After a voyage of 6 days he landed at Marsala, where a tremendous welcome was given to him. The Neapolitan fleet was not far off, but they did not dare to open fire on the little band of revolutionists on account of British warships nearby, as Great Britain was known to favor the revolutionary cause. With Garibaldi at the head of an indomitable little army, the Neapolitan soldiers were put to flight at the Battle of Calatafimi, and Garibaldi advanced upon the city of Palermo. After heavy fighting, the city was taken, and afterward, at the head of about 2,000 men, Garibaldi routed an army more than 3 times the size of his own. All Sicily was soon in Garibaldi's possession. And now, with a considerable army at his back, he crossed over to the Italian mainland and advanced northward, with his enemies fleeing before him. Finally, he captured the city of Naples, and his work was completed. Without any hesitation, Garibaldi turned over his conquests to King Victor Emmanuel of Sardinia, who, after Garibaldi's successes, had marched against Naples, and was now in control of a large part of the Italian peninsula. After refusing many rewards, Garibaldi retired again to the island of Caprera. But in 1862 he raised a volunteer army and marched against Rome in an attempt to overthrow the power of the Pope, which he believed must be destroyed before Italy could ever become a united nation. King Victor Emmanuel did not feel that he could allow this expedition of Garibaldi's, and sent his own army against him. Garibaldi was defeated, and he himself was taken prisoner. But after a short confinement he was pardoned and set at liberty. In 1866 he started another revolution, but was again defeated and again captured. Once more, however, he was pardoned and allowed to go back to Caprera, where he was guarded by a warship to prevent any further activity on his part. 3 years later he offered his services to the French Republic, and was made a deputy of that famous body, the French Versailles Assembly. He then entered the Italian Parliament, and for his great patriotic services was given a pension for life. In later life he married again, but the marriage was not a happy one and was annulled after a number of years, when Garibaldi again took a wife, a peasant woman named Francesca. He died in 1882 at Caprera, one of the most famous of all Italians, and the one to whom modern Italy owes more than to any other man. Had it not been for Garibaldi's great endurance under the most terrible hardships and privations, and his great resolute determination to free his country, there might well be no modern Italy as these pages are written. End of chapter 22. Giuseppe Garibaldi.
Chapter 23 of A Treasury of Heroes and Heroines. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Timothy Luke. A Treasury of Heroes and Heroines by Clayton Edwards. Chapter 23. Abraham Lincoln. The story of Abraham Lincoln should bring more inspiration to you than that of any other man or woman who is mentioned in this book. For Lincoln not only had a great mind, a great and forceful personality, but a great and kindly heart, filled with charity for all. He was, moreover, a man of the people. Whatever he gained in life, he gained by his own efforts. Washington created the United States, but Lincoln carried them through the most difficult crisis of their history, and it is more than probable that without him there would be no United States today. He was born in 1809 in Hardin County, Kentucky, on the 12th of February, and was the son of Thomas Lincoln, a carpenter. Thomas Lincoln was a good-natured but shiftless man who never did any more work than was absolutely necessary to keep his family from starving. He had pioneer blood in his veins, as indeed all Lincoln's ancestors had, from the time when they first came to America in 1637, and this fact kept them pushing continually to the westward and taking up new lands in unbroken country as opportunity offered. Thomas Lincoln's wife, Nancy, was made of better stuff than her easy-going husband, and it is probably from her that the boy Abraham inherited the character that was to make his name the greatest in his country, if not in the entire world. As a boy, Abraham had little or no chance to go to school, but he was so industrious and eager to learn that he borrowed every book that he could lay his hand on, and in this way he obtained a thorough knowledge of the Bible and of Shakespeare, as well as of a few other classics, which included Aesop's Fables, Robinson Crusoe, A History of Washington, and The Pilgrim's Progress. When Abraham was 8 years old, his father moved to Indiana, and there the first great sorrow of his life befell the little boy. His mother died of a fever that appeared among the settlers, leaving Abraham and his sister Sarah, a little girl of 11, to do the housework and the heavy chores of a backwoods farm. The following year Thomas Lincoln went away to Kentucky to marry again, and he brought back with him a big-hearted woman named Sally Johnson, who had 3 children by a former marriage. This marriage by Thomas Lincoln was the best thing that could have happened for his 2 motherless children. Sally Johnson was able to give them better care and more comforts than they had ever known. She inspired their father also to work more regularly and to put a door on the cabin in which they lived. Abraham helped his father in clearing the land and hewing the trees. He was big and strong for his age and was constantly swinging an axe or guiding a plow. All the time when not engaged in these active forms of labor, Abraham was reading and studying, by candlelight or by firelight, chalking up sums of arithmetic on a board or the back of a shovel when he lacked paper to write them on, and striving in every way to gain for himself an education. Owing to the remote region where he lived and the constant moves that were made by his family, he had less than a year's schooling in the entire course of his life. But his eagerness to learn counterbalanced this disadvantage, and when he reached young manhood he knew as much as many who had been to the finest schools in the country from their earliest years and without interruption. When he was 21 years old, his father moved again. This time Thomas Lincoln settled in Illinois, and Abraham worked without pay for a year, helping him to clear his property and settle his land. Then, as was the custom in those days, he left home to seek his fortune elsewhere. By this time he had grown into a tall and powerful man who was able with great ease to outstrip all others in running or jumping, swinging an axe, or carrying heavy weights. His strength, in fact, was as famous throughout the countryside as was his good nature and kindness, for he was always ready to give his neighbors a hand when they needed help, and to do them a good turn when the chance came his way. Everybody liked him, and he was welcome wherever he went. With two relatives, Lincoln built a flatboat and started down the river for New Orleans on a trading venture. He had been south once before, when he traveled more than 1,000 miles on a flatboat, selling groceries to the plantations of Mississippi, and these two trips enabled him to see what slavery was like. He saw negroes being placed on the auction block and knocked down to the highest bidder, separated forever from their wives and families. He saw them toiling in the fields and triced up under the lash. It was then, without doubt, that he formed the opinions that directed his policy from the White House in later years when he was president. On returning to his home, Lincoln had his first taste of military service. A war had broken out with the Black Hawk Indians, and volunteers were called for to drive them out of the country. Lincoln was one of the first to offer his services, and although still very young, every man in the neighborhood urged that he be made the captain of the military company in which they were to serve. It was a sign of the esteem in which the ungainly young man was held that those older than himself should unanimously propose him for their leader. Before this time, Lincoln, young as he was, had announced his candidacy for the legislature of Illinois. The county of Sangamon, where he lived, was entitled to 4 representatives. He had informed the residents that he was a candidate by a characteristic letter which was printed in the county newspapers and has been quoted in Lincoln's biographies. "Every man is said to have his peculiar ambition," he wrote. "Whether it be true or not, I can say for one that I have no other so great as being truly esteemed by my fellow men by rendering myself worthy of their esteem. How far shall I succeed in gratifying this ambition is yet to be developed. I am young and unknown to many of you. I was born and have ever remained in the most humble walks of life. I have no wealthy or popular relations or friends to recommend me. My case is thrown exclusively upon the independent voters of the county, and if elected, they will have conferred a favor upon me for which I shall be unremitting in my labors to compensate. But if the good people in their wisdom see fit to keep me in the background, I have been too familiar with disappointments to be very much chagrined." But when the Indian War broke out, Lincoln sacrificed his chances of being elected, preferring to fight for his country in such fighting as came his way, and the victory was won by his opponents. On his return after a bloodless campaign, he started a grocery store in the town of New Salem, Illinois, but the venture was destined to be an unlucky one. The town dwindled in size, the store finally failed, his partner ran away and then died, leaving Lincoln to shoulder all the burden of the debt. Although he had no money and could earn but little, he paid this debt to the last penny, and with proper interest, but the burden saddened his young manhood and put him in poverty and difficulties from which he did not free himself for a number of years. In the year 1834, Lincoln ran once more for the state legislature, and this time, as no obstacles beyond the ordinary came his way, he was elected. This marked the turning point in his career, for he had now embarked on the course that was to end with his election to the presidency. He was sent back to the legislature in 1836 and again in 1838 and 1840, and his policy was marked by broad views and great liberality. As a matter of fact, he was one of the first champions of woman's suffrage, for in preparing his platform He said that he was for allowing all whites to vote who bore the burdens of the government, including the women. While in the legislature, Lincoln had the courage to voice a protest against slavery, and at that time the feeling ran so strongly against abolitionists, as the would-be liberators of slaves were called, that he could only get one man beside himself to sign this protest. In it he stated that slavery in itself was evil and unjust, but that the efforts of the abolitionists only served to add to its horrors. By this statement, Lincoln ran grave danger of being ruined in his political career, and only his high moral courage impelled him to make it. In 1839, the state capital of Illinois was moved to Springfield, and Lincoln decided to live in the same town. While he had been serving his country in the legislature, he had also been studying law, a pursuit that he commenced when he owned the unlucky general store at New Salem. Now he hung up his shingle as a lawyer, going into partnership with John T. Stuart, who was prominent in Lincoln's own political party, whose members were called Whigs. Before very long he had a good practice. Here Lincoln engaged to fight a duel, showing at once his courage and the keen sense of humor that he possessed. Some women friends of his had sent to the newspapers a series of humorous letters criticizing one James Shields, an Irishman, who was engaged in tax collecting. These letters were signed by the name of Aunt Rebecca, and to help the ladies, Lincoln had written the first letter as a model. When Shields started inquiries, Lincoln took the entire responsibility. Shields belonged to the opposite political party and challenged Lincoln to a duel. As the challenged, Lincoln was allowed to choose the weapons. He decided on broadswords of the largest possible size. A plank was to be placed between the duelists, and neither allowed to cross it. On either side of the plank lines were drawn at the length of the broadsword and 3 feet extra, and if the duelist stepped back across this line, he lost the fight. These terms had a large element of the ridiculous about them. The meeting came to pass, but the duel never was fought, for Lincoln and his adversary were reconciled before the swords were drawn. Soon after this, Lincoln married Mary Todd, a Kentucky girl who had been one of the originators of the letters that brought about this duel. A few years later, in 1846, Lincoln was elected to Congress. In his first term in the House of Representatives, he did nothing to distinguish himself, but kept his eyes and ears open and used the term more as an instructive course in some university of politics than anything else, although he took care not to neglect the work of his constituents. In fact, there is, or was at that time, a general idea that it was impossible to distinguish oneself in a first term to Congress. There was too much to learn, too many duties to perform, too slight an acquaintance with fellow members. Lincoln, however, quickly became known in Washington and was liked wherever he went. He had a gift for storytelling that he frequently made use of, either to amuse his hearers or to take the bitterness out of some political argument. While in Washington as a congressman, he made his first actual effort toward the abolition of slavery by drawing up a bill for the freeing of slaves in the District of Columbia and paying their owners a good price from the coffers of the government. This bill had many supporters, but it was obstructed and never came to a vote. It showed, however, as his earlier and courageous protest showed, the thoughts that were in Lincoln's heart about this great national evil, and that he could be relied on to do all that lay in his power to end it. After Lincoln's term in Congress was over, he returned to Springfield, where, for a number of years, he quietly practiced law without thinking of returning to office. He did desire to be governor of the territory of Oregon, and was offered this position, but gave it up because his wife refused to live so far away. It is just as well that he did so, for who knows if his great powers would ever have been recognized if he had taken this appointment and lived in even more of a wilderness than where his forefathers had cleared the land and made their homes. The war against slavery was gaining headway, and every year the feeling became more intense over the fact that certain states were allowed to hold men in bondage and buy and sell them like animals. Whenever a new territory was acquired by the Union, a dispute arose as to whether it was to be a slave or a free territory, and this discussion was opened up with bitterness in 1854 when Lincoln's great rival, Senator Douglas, offered a bill to bring about territorial government in Nebraska. On account of this struggle, Lincoln came once more into the public eye. Douglas had believed that by working to repeal a measure known as the Missouri Compromise, thereby throwing open to slavery a large amount of territory that had been closed against it, he would stand an excellent chance of being elected President of the United States. The struggle between the slave and the free factions of the country had now taken on national importance of the first order, and caused the readjustment of the political parties. The Democratic Party now became the champion of slavery, while the Whig Party and those Democrats who desired slaves to be free were merged in the Republican Party to which Lincoln belonged. In the state convention in Illinois, where the Republican Party was formed, Lincoln made a wonderful speech, of which only the memory remains. The stenographers and reporters who were supposed to take it down became so enthralled by the words of the great leader that they forgot to make note of those words, and Lincoln, who spoke with few notes, could not remember afterward what he had said. How marvelous the speech must have been is to be seen from the fact that even without written reports its fame traveled through the United States, and those that heard it never forgot the majesty and power of Lincoln's oratory. Lincoln was not yet well enough known to be considered as a candidate for the presidency, but he did receive some support from his party as Republican nominee for vice president. In the meantime, and even before this speech had been made, Douglas had realized the strength of his new opponent and sought to silence Lincoln until after the election. Lincoln and Douglas met in joint debate, and the result of the contest made history. Hoping to entrap Lincoln, Douglas asked him a number of questions, thinking that Lincoln might answer in such a way that his reply would be unpopular to the people of the South. In return, Lincoln asked Douglas such a carefully thought-out question that in answering it, Douglas was compelled either to deny his former words or make himself unpopular with the Democratic Party. And as a result of this, Douglas was greatly weakened for the presidency in the campaign of 1860. Lincoln's brilliant speeches and his former political record, his reputation for honesty and kindness, and his known firmness against the issue of slavery were doing their work, although he himself did not dream that he might gain the presidency that Douglas had aspired to. He continued to make speeches in 1859 and followed Douglas about, speaking against his policy. In May 1860, the Republicans of the state of Illinois declared Lincoln to be their choice for president without a dissenting vote. The Republican National Convention for that year, held in Chicago, was a memorable meeting. The two names that stood out above all others were those of William H. Seward and Abraham Lincoln. Several ballots were taken amid scenes of great excitement, and at last the name of Lincoln was given to the country as the Republican candidate for president. And the campaign itself was the most memorable presidential campaign in the history of this country. In all, there were 4 candidates. The Democratic Party was split into 2 wings, one of which, with Douglas for its choice, claimed that it did not pretend to decide whether slavery was right or wrong. The other, with Breckinridge, was directly in favor of slavery and sought to extend it and to add new states to the slave list. There was also the Constitutionalist Union Party, in which slavery was not an issue at all, or anything else for that matter, while the Republican Party, with Lincoln at its head, was directly opposed to slavery and had come out as its open and declared enemy. On the night of the election, which fell on the 6th of November, Lincoln heard news by electric telegram of his overwhelming victory. His speeches and his strong personality had won the day. He was chosen as president at a time when the most difficult and arduous duties since the time of Washington awaited the head of the nation. Throughout the South, bitterness had been growing more and more marked each day. the South had declared that it would never bear the rule of a Republican president and an opponent of slavery, and after the Southern states knew that Lincoln was to be their leader, one after another withdrew its congressmen and senators from Washington and passed what they called ordinances of secession, which meant that they no longer considered themselves a part of the United States. More than this took place, for one after one, the army officers in charge of the Southern forts and arsenals went over to the side of the South, allowing the most important military strongholds and vast amounts of military stores to fall into their hands, and President Buchanan, who was Lincoln's predecessor and in sympathy with the South himself, did nothing to prevent these outrages against the government he had sworn to uphold. In the meantime, Lincoln had performed his first official act, which would have indicated, if other things had not amply done so, his coming greatness. This was his choice of a cabinet. Believing that he must not only surround himself with the strongest men he could find, but the ones that the people placed most reliance in, he appointed to the cabinet all the other Republicans whose names had been mentioned for president at the Republican convention in June. William H. Seward was his Secretary of State, and the other cabinet officials included Salmon P. Chase of Ohio, who was Secretary of the Treasury, Simon Cameron of Pennsylvania, and later Edwin M. Stanton as Secretary of War. The difficulties and dangers of his position now beset him. On his way to his inauguration he was warned that in Baltimore there had been discovered a plot against his life, and so serious did this plot appear that he had to go through secretly on another train than the one on which he was expected. In his inaugural address, assuming the duties of president, Lincoln denied the right of any state to secede from the Union, and this was taken by those states that already had seceded, and in fact by the entire South, as little less than a declaration of war against them. All through the South, preparations for war were carried on as quickly as possible, and in less than 6 weeks after Lincoln had taken over the duties of his office, the Civil War was opened by the Confederates, who turned their guns against Fort Sumter, which was held by the Union commander, Major Anderson. From that time on, the story of Lincoln's life is almost the same as that of the Great Civil War, in which as president he decided most of the momentous questions that came before the nation, and bore upon his shoulders a weight even greater than what had been carried by Washington when the United States was born. In the first part of the war the South won many victories. They defeated the Union forces at Bull Run and Fredericksburg, and with smaller forces and these divided were able to fight what amounted to a drawn battle at Antietam. They defeated General Hooker at Chancellorsville, and when it began to look as if the South, under the brilliant General Robert E. Lee, had more than a chance of gaining what they desired and winning independence from the federal government, general after general was placed in command of the Union forces and proved inadequate to the gigantic task that had to be fulfilled. And Lincoln, in addition to his other duties, had to study and master the art of war so that he could intelligently understand the military situations that came to him for final decision. No greater tribute can be made to the power of his brain than to say that after he had followed his military studies, this lawyer and backwoodsman was considered among the best strategists in the country. It was shortly after the Battle of Antietam that President Lincoln decided to issue his famous proclamation giving freedom to all the slaves in the United States. He decided to do this because it was a war measure, and the South had been able to obtain much military aid from the slaves who were in their possession. Also, it won the North to a more wholehearted prosecution of the war, since by far the greater part of the North desired the immediate freedom of the slaves. This proclamation was called the Proclamation of Emancipation, and under it all men in the United States really became free and equal for the first time in American history. At last, Lincoln had realized his lifelong desire to right the wrong of slavery, and throughout the world this act added greatly to his fame. By the black race he was looked upon as a second savior, and whenever he was seen by a group of negroes they raised the echoes with their shouts of enthusiasm and jubilee. Another great deed was done by Lincoln, and one that was to have an immediate effect upon the course of the war. This was the appointment of General Ulysses S. Grant to the position of Commander-in-Chief of the Union forces. General Grant, like Lincoln, came from obscure beginnings. He had volunteered his services at the beginning of the war and had won his way upward through sheer merit. On the 4th of July, 1863, he had captured the southern city of Vicksburg, while General Meade in the same year beat the Confederates decisively on the field of Gettysburg, which was the greatest battle of the war and marked its turning point. It was after Gettysburg that President Lincoln made the memorable address upon the field of victory that has gone down into history as one of the finest speeches ever made, and has been placed above the portals of one of England's greatest colleges as an example of the purest example of English speech that has ever been uttered. 77 years ago, said Lincoln, our fathers brought forth on this continent a new nation, conceived in liberty and dedicated to the proposition that all men are created equal. Now we are engaged in a great civil war, testing whether that nation or any nation, so conceived and so dedicated, can long endure. We are met on a great battlefield of that war. We have come to dedicate a portion of that field as a final resting place for those who here gave their lives that the nation might live. It is altogether fitting and proper that we should do this, but in a larger sense we cannot dedicate, we cannot consecrate, we cannot hallow this ground. The brave men, living and dead, who struggled here have consecrated it far above our poor power to add or detract. The world will little note nor long remember what we say here, but it can never forget what they did here. It is for us, the living, rather to be dedicated here to the unfinished work which they who fought here have thus far so nobly advanced. It is rather for us to be here dedicated to the great task remaining before us, that from these honored dead we take increased devotion to that cause for which they gave the last full measure of devotion, that we here highly resolve that these dead shall not have died in vain, that this nation, under God, shall have a new birth of freedom, and that government of the people, by the people, for the people, shall not perish from the earth. The turning point of the war had been reached. The victory of the Northern forces was now assured. On the 9th of April, 1865, General Lee surrendered to Grant at Appomattox Courthouse, and the war was brought to an end. In the meantime, Lincoln had been re-elected president by an overwhelming majority. He now had before him the difficult task of reconstruction and of bringing together the warring factions that so nearly had torn our nation in two halves forever. His kindliness, his personal bravery, which made him regardless of all risks and repeated threats of assassination, his infinite tact, resourcefulness, and good humor, coupled with the weightier abilities as a ruler and a statesman, have made his name most justly the most famous in our history, with the possible exception of George Washington's. There is an infinite fund of anecdotes concerning him and what he did in the dark days through which he piloted the country. Lincoln was always gentle when there was the least excuse for gentleness, and he pardoned so many military offenders who had been under sentence of death that the Union generals complained that he was weakening their discipline. Yet this gentleness on his part was never confounded with weakness. No more terrible contestant could have appeared against the rebellious South than the quiet, gaunt backwoodsman who had placed himself in the president's chair by reason of his character alone. On April 14, 1865, when attending a performance at Ford's Theater in Washington, President Lincoln was murdered. His assassin was John Wilkes Booth, brother of the famous actor Edwin Booth, who was in no way implicated with the terrible deed perpetrated by one that bore his name. Wilkes Booth was a rabid Southerner and believed that since the North had conquered, vengeance was necessary. He did not see, as many of the defeated Southerners saw clearly, that, with the war once ended, Lincoln, with his infinite tolerance and patience, was the best friend that the South could possibly have. Booth forced an entrance into the box where the President was seated, and walking up to him shot him in the head with a pistol. He then vaulted over the rail and with the shout of "Sic semper tyrannis" ran from the stage in spite of the fact that he had broken his leg in his fall from the box, and succeeded in escaping from the theater. The unconscious President was tenderly lifted and carried across the street to a house that was opposite the theater. Here, at 7 o'clock on the following morning, he passed away. That Lincoln was one of the greatest men of all time and belongs to eternity was realized then, but is still more deeply realized now. His wonderful name has become a household word, not only in the United States, but everywhere. And as the mist of the confusing events that surrounded him is clearing away in the light of history, his form is becoming mightier and more venerable every day. End of chapter 23. Recording by Timothy Luke.
Chapter 24 of A Treasury of Heroes and Heroines. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Muriel. A Treasury of Heroes and Heroines by Clayton Edwards. Grace Darling. The coast of Northumberland in England is rocky and severe with lofty flint-ledged cliffs, where great waves thunder, hurling the white foam high into the air. It is a coast that is feared by vessels, and many wrecks have taken place there. As is usual in such a locality, it is the home of brave fishermen and daring boatmen, who have many thrilling rescues to remember, and many stormy encounters with the utmost fury of the sea. But of all the tales of daring that are talked of by the fisher-folk, the bravest of all was performed by a girl whose name was Grace Darling, a name that now is known not only in the places where she lived, but all over the world. Grace Horsley Darling was the daughter of a lighthouse keeper named William Darling, who tended a light on one of the Farne Islands, as his father had done before him. Grace, who was the seventh of 9 children, was born in 1815, in Bamborough, and, when she was a little girl of 11 years, her father was given charge of the new light on Longstone Rock, which was one of a series of dangerous reefs where no vessel ever built could live when a gale was blowing. The highest part of Longstone Rock was only 4 feet above the surface of the sea, and near at hand were 23 other reefs or islands, between which the ocean tides ran in curious currents and eddies, and where the great rollers came racing in with a tremendous roaring to burst upon the base of the lighthouse, and throw the spray high above the light itself. It was a wild spot, even in calm weather, but when a storm blew it became terrible. Then all communication with the mainland was cut off, and for days at a time the only news that the outside world had from the lonely lighthouse keeper was the yellow beam of the lantern that shone from the top of the tower across the desolate expanse of ugly rocks and roaring waters. where any ship that chanced to be entrapped was caught in the grip of strange currents and pounded into matchwood by the breakers. Grace did not find the life at the lighthouse unpleasant. Her father was an intelligent and kind-hearted man, who gave an eye to her education himself, and taught her how to read and write. He was also considered the best boatman on the whole Northumberland coast, the bravest and most skilful, and it was partly due to his reputation in these respects that he was made the keeper of the new light on the Long Stone, with a large increase in pay and a comfortable home for his family, for the interior of the lighthouse had several large and pleasant rooms, where the Darlings lived. All of his elder children had gone off to make their living, and William Darling lived with his wife and his daughter Grace, who spent her time in reading, helping her mother with the housework, and, when it was calm, wandering over the rocks observing the gulls, the seaweeds, and the strange sea creatures that the ocean brought to the surface, or that crawled and swam among the more sheltered rock pools. But the confinement of the life in the lighthouse was not good for the growing girl, and Grace never was strong and robust as would be expected from the daughter of fishermen. Nor was she handsome, but she possessed a kindly and winning nature, and, as will be seen, the ability to rise to heights of greatness when necessity called on her to do so. When Grace was a young woman of 23, a terrible storm burst suddenly upon the coast, and in the twinkling of an eye the reefs about the lighthouse were a sea of churning foam, while the great waves racing in from the ocean thundered so mightily at its base that it seemed as though they must tear it from its foundations and sweep it away. A short time before this gale broke, the steamer Forfarshire had sailed from Hull for Dundee in Scotland. She was commanded by a captain named John Humble, and had aboard her, all told, about 63 persons, including the passengers and crew. She was a fine new steamer, well and strongly built, but she had put to sea with her boilers in poor condition, and it had been intended to give them a thorough overhauling in Dundee. When the steamer was off Flamborough Head, the boilers commenced to leak, and the ship's fires were extinguished. They were rekindled and the leak repaired, but just as the Forfarshire was off the Farne Islands, the gale broke with great fury. While pitching in the heavy seas, the boilers leaked terribly. The fires were again put out, and the ship became unmanageable. Sails were hoisted, but were torn to ribbons by the wind. With no propelling power, the Forfarshire rolled helpless in the trough of the sea, and was swiftly borne towards the rocks. Fog and rain made it impossible for the sailors to see until they were in the teeth of the breakers, and then the beam of the lighthouse showed them the wild rocks only a short distance away. Nothing could save them from destruction. With a crash the steamer drove on the Harcars rocks, and remained there, the sea breaking completely over it. Some of the crew launched a boat and escaped, deserting their captain and passengers and the ship. The rest clung to what supports they could find, and held on, expecting instant death. A wave, larger than the rest, picked up the Forfarshire bodily, and drove it down again upon the rocks, breaking it in two. The after half of the vessel was swept away by the seas, with many passengers, and the captain and his wife. All were lost. On the forward part of the ship, about 12 wretched persons remained in most desperate plight, the seas breaking over them and threatening to engulf the remaining portion of the vessel. When day broke, the wreck could be seen from the mainland, but the misery of the unfortunate persons who survived was even more plain to William Darling and his family. Grace begged her father to launch a boat and go to their assistance, but Darling, brave sailor as he was, knew that there was little or no chance of his ever reaching the doomed ship, and shook his head. Then Grace began to plead with her father, telling him it would be better for him to lose his life than to pass by people in such distress, and that she herself would go with him and bear a hand at the oars. Darling was no coward, and the prayers and entreaties of his daughter won the day. He decided to risk launching a boat from the lighthouse. With Mrs. Darling to help them in launching their boat, Grace and her father put forth from the lighthouse, running their boat into the sea in the lee of the rocks, and pulling strongly for the wreck. Father and daughter both labored at the oars, unable to speak on account of the roar of the sea and wind, and blinded by the spray that whirled over them. Their boat was tossed like a shuttlecock in the great waves, and they knew that unless the shipwrecked persons could aid them, it would be impossible to return to the lighthouse. They must succeed or die, and their chance of success was small. Little by little they drew near the wreck. By this time the tide had ebbed sufficiently for the survivors to leave the ship and stand on the slippery rocks. But already some of them had succumbed, and the rest would certainly be washed away and drowned at the returning high water. As the rescuers drew near the reef, Darling leaped ashore, and Grace kept the frail rowboat from dashing itself to pieces against the rocks. Then followed the difficult task of getting the survivors into the boat. One after one waded out as far as he dared, and was pulled over the gunwale. When the last person was aboard, Darling clambered back, and with new hands at the oars, the boat was rowed back to the lighthouse, a trip that required great strength and much time, for the current was against them. And when the light was reached, the shipwrecked people were soon made comfortable and cared for by Grace and Mrs. Darling, and 9 lives were thus saved by the determination of a single girl. In the meantime, and after the gale abated considerably, a boat full of fishermen put out from the shore at a place called North Sunderland, and after nearly being swamped in the high seas, succeeded in drawing near the wreck. They saw that there was no living thing left aboard, and not daring to return to the mainland, in the sea then running, succeeded in reaching the lighthouse. Among them was Grace's brother, Brooks Darling, and the heroism of his achievement and that of the other fishermen was only exceeded by the marvelous feat of the girl herself and of her father. In the course of a few days the fishermen succeeded in returning to the shore, taking with them the news. All England rang with the fame of Grace's exploit, and letters and gifts poured in from every side. Scores of people visited the lighthouse. Grace was feted and admired, and a public subscription in her benefit resulted in a gift of £700, or about $3,500 of our money. She also received 4 medals and a large sum of money in private gifts. Grace and her family took their new prominence with great good sense and modesty, and disliked the publicity which came to them. They were astonished at the commotion their exploit had caused, for to them it appeared little more than a part of the day's work that duty required them to perform. But Grace did not live long after her exploit. Her confined life at the lighthouse, and the exposure she underwent there, resulted in the disease of consumption, from which she rapidly wasted away. In spite of the best medical aid, she steadily drooped, and 2 years after she had done her brave deed, she died in the town of Bamborough, where she had been born. Again a subscription was collected, and a monument was erected in her honor. Her father and mother lived to a ripe old age, reaping benefits from the money that Grace had left them. Perhaps some of their descendants are still tending the light at the present day, but at all events the name of the Darlings has been made immortal by the bravery of this girl. End of Chapter 24. Recording by Muriel.
Chapter 25 of A Treasury of Heroes and Heroines. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Treasury of Heroes and Heroines by Clayton Edwards. Chapter 25. Florence Nightingale. The Red Cross nurse has become a heroic figure in the world today and has saved lives by hundreds of thousands in every quarter of the globe. She has labored under fire on the battlefield and in the reek of pestilence in the rear. Her form is as familiar in war as that of the soldier, and her name betokens every charity and kindness. But of all the heroic women who ever bore their healing art into the dark places and black hours of history, no name stands out with the luster of Florence Nightingale. She was born in 1822 in the city of Florence in Italy, and was named after the place where she first drew breath. Her father was William Nightingale, an English gentleman, and her elder sister, Parthenope, also took her name from the place where she was born, for Parthenope is the ancient term for Naples. The Nightingale family did not remain long in Italy, and soon after the birth of his youngest child, William Nightingale, with his wife and 2 little daughters, returned to England, where the 2 girls spent their childhood in a rambling old house in Derbyshire, with many traditions and stories attached to it. Here Florence conceived a love for nursing, and used to tend sick animals in the neighborhood, and when she grew older, to sit up with and cheer the sick among the cottagers. There were not many people, even among those who were far older than herself, who could minister to the sick with her kindness and skill, and her fame soon was general through the neighborhood. Poor men used to come hat in hand to the old house, requesting that Miss Florence spend a few hours with a sick wife or a young mother, and the Nightingales were kind enough and sensible enough to allow their daughter to do the work for which she had so evident an inclination. There were no trained nurses in those days, and the general business of nursing as a profession was considered almost disreputable. Sick people were expected to be cared for by their relatives. Hospitals were inefficient and badly run, and the comforts of the modern sick room were unknown. As Florence grew older, she thought a great deal about these things, and finally decided that she would do something which at that time was regarded almost as strange as if she had declared her intention of visiting the North Pole. She said she was going to become a professional trained nurse, and went abroad to study nursing on the continent, which was far ahead of England in such matters. In a European hospital that was more in accord with the standards we know today, and where comfort, skill, and cleanliness went hand in hand, Florence Nightingale nursed the sick and acquired a mastery of the profession as it was then understood. It was so unusual for a woman of refinement to enter such a calling that she had become known in many places simply because she had decided to become a nurse, and after she returned to England she was at once offered the position of superintendent at a home for sick governesses in London. This home, like many another benevolent institution in those times, was badly administered. As it constantly showed a deficit, its friends had become discouraged in supporting it, and the subscriptions on which it lived had been falling off. The ladies who were compelled to remain there did not receive the care that they should have had, and were unhappy and dispirited. This was the state of affairs when Florence Nightingale became the superintendent of the home. In a very short time, the home was completely changed. Miss Nightingale had personally visited the former subscribers and secured once more their help and patronage. She had changed the system on which the home had been run to such an extent that it served as a model for institutions of its kind, and where the unfortunate women that lived there had been on the verge of actual physical suffering, they were now well cared for and contented. Then war broke out between England, France, and Turkey on the one side, and Russia on the other, a war that was brought about, among other reasons, by the desire of the Russian Tsar to seize and hold the port of Constantinople. Great Britain and France supported the Turks, and active fighting commenced. The theater of war soon shifted to the Crimean Peninsula, where the British and French laid siege to the town of Sebastopol, which was Russia's most important fortress and chief base of supplies. Before the walls of Sebastopol, there took place severe fighting, which continued until bitter winter rendered further campaigning impossible. While the war was going on, thousands of sick and wounded British soldiers were pouring into the base hospitals at Scutari, where no provision for their care had been made. With the constant flood of wounded men, and men who were dying of dysentery and cholera, with no medical supplies and little food, with no nurses and only a few doctors, the condition of the British wounded soon became terrible beyond description. As there were no field dressing stations, they had to be carried for days with their wounds undressed before they reached the hospital, and when they arrived it was often some time before the harassed doctors could care for them. They were brought in with their uniforms covered with filth and blood, and were laid in long rows on the floors of the hospital, where few cots were to be found. Vermin crawled over the floors, over the walls, and over the bodies of the helpless men. Rats gnawed the fingers of the wounded who were too weak to drive them away. There were no conveniences of any kind, and many men died of exhaustion because no food adequate for the sick could be prepared. All the food, we are told, consisted of beef and vegetables boiled together in one huge cauldron, into which new supplies were thrown indiscriminately as fast as they were delivered. The bread was moldy, and the beef too tough even for well men to eat. Owing to the efforts of a war correspondent of the London Times, the people at home were soon informed of the state of affairs in the Crimea, and gifts and supplies poured in profusely. But owing to the inefficiency and red tape of the War Department, the supplies were not delivered, but lay rotting in warehouses and in the holds of vessels, while men died for the want of them. On one occasion, we are told, a consignment of shoes for the soldiers turned out to be in women's sizes. Improper inspections resulted in high profits, for the army contractors made uniforms out of shoddy and leather accoutrements from paper, filled the cores of hay bales with kale stalks, and cheated the government right and left without forbearance or conscience. Then the newspapers began calling for English women to go to the Crimea and care for the sick, and Florence Nightingale heard the call. She wrote a letter to Sidney Herbert, who was Minister of War, volunteering to organize a body of nurses and go out to the Crimea to care for the wounded. Right then a curious thing happened. The War Department had already decided that Miss Nightingale was the one person who could take charge of the reorganization of the hospitals in the Crimea, and had written a letter requesting her services. Offer and request crossed each other in the mails. On the following day, her appointment was officially announced, and she was overwhelmed with proffers of assistance from all sides. A large number of patriotic women volunteered to aid her, but only a very few possessed the necessary qualifications for such a task. Of all that offered to go, Miss Nightingale was only able to accept 30 that she considered would be capable of performing the severe tasks that lay ahead, for she knew only too well the grim welcome she would receive at the Crimea. Without farewells, quietly and at night, seen off only by a few intimate relatives, the little group of nurses started on their mission, the first one where women were to care for the soldiers who had fallen in war. They crossed the English Channel and arrived at Boulogne in France on the following morning, where they were given a rousing greeting by the voluble French fishwives, who had heard of their mission and who crowded around them to get sight of the Angels of Mercy. From there they made their way to the seat of the war, and Miss Nightingale looked for the first time on the hospital where she was so soon to acquire immortal fame. It may well be thought that her heart sank when she saw the enormity of the task that lay before her, for she had been sent to bring order from chaos, plenty from want, comfort from torture, and cleanliness from wholesale filth. She had to contend not only with these awful conditions, but with the dislike and distrust of the medical officers with whom she was to work, who resented the fact that a woman had been sent out to reorganize what they considered a part of their department, and who doubted, because she was a woman, that she would be capable of doing so efficiently. And when she arrived, there was no time to spend in preliminary planning, for active fighting had been going on at the front, and the wounded from recent battles were pouring in, adding to the confusion that already existed. They were laid groaning in hallways and on the bare ground until such time as the doctors could look after them. Then Florence Nightingale, hardly taking breath, plunged into the task that awaited her, and sent her nurses to the quarters where they were most needed. With their own hands these brave Englishwomen scrubbed the reeking floors and supervised the work of the orderlies. They visited the quartermasters and obtained the supplies that had been tied up through faulty administration and through army red tape, and in a short time they had established a diet kitchen where several hundred sick and wounded men could have the food they required, food that would save their lives. The death rate, we are told, before this woman nurse and her little company arrived at the hospital, was 60% of all the cases that were treated there. And after she had effected the changes that she saw were necessary, the death rate was only 1%, a fact in itself that speaks more loudly than any words for her efficiency and her bravery. At times, this indomitable woman was on her feet for 20 hours out of the 24, supervising, directing, taking the last message of some dying soldier for his family, feeding another who was too weak to feed himself. The doctors who had been her opponents soon looked up to her and became her devoted friends, and the men who had been through such terrible sufferings thought she was indeed an angel from heaven, and, as she passed down the long wards, would furtively kiss her shadow as it fell across their blankets. Many a time she took charge of cases that had been given up by the doctors, who turned their attention always to those whom they believed had a fighting chance for life, and she nursed them back to life with a patience and a tenderness that the doctors could not spare. From the ships and warehouses there commenced to appear the comforts that sick men demanded, sheets and nightgowns, socks and pillows. In the place of the nauseous beef stew, the wounded began to get broths and jellies. Should they die, they were sure of a woman's hand and a kindly ministration at the last, for Florence Nightingale had resolved that no man should die unattended in her hospital, and the wonders she performed were heard of back in England, where her name became national. She had gone to Scutari in 1854. In May 1855 she visited other hospitals that were nearer the seat of war, and went into the trenches themselves before Sebastopol. One of her biographers tells us that when she entered the trenches she was warned by a sentinel to go no further, because the enemy had the place under close watch and would certainly open fire when they beheld a group of people at that particular point. "My good young man," replied Miss Nightingale, "more dead and wounded have passed through my hands than I hope you will ever see on the battlefield during the whole of your military career. Believe me, I have no fear of death." Then she fell ill with Crimean fever, and through the army the news was received with more consternation than a severe defeat. Men broke down and cried like children when they heard that Miss Nightingale lay at the point of death, and the Commander-in-Chief, Lord Raglan, rode through sleet and mud for hours to visit her personally. She did not die, however, but recovered to take up again her duties as chief nurse and organizer. When the war was ended, Miss Nightingale remained at the Crimea until the last soldiers were sent home, and then, and not till then, she followed them. After most of the men had left, and only a few remained, she still worked faithfully to serve them, establishing reading huts and places of recreation such as the Red Cross and the YMCA established in France and Belgium in the course of the World War some 60 years later. As a matter of fact, the work performed by Miss Nightingale was indirectly responsible for the birth of the Red Cross, which was organized in Switzerland some 4 years after she had finished her work at the Crimea, and certainly no name in the Red Cross, in spite of the host of noblemen and women who have served there, has ever equaled the glory of her own. She returned to England quietly as she had left, although a British government placed a battleship at her service, and she lived in England, engaged in useful and philanthropic work for a great many years. With a fund of about $250,000, she founded the Nightingale Home for the proper training of nurses, a fund that she could have doubled or trebled had she so desired, or if the needs of the home had required it. In the following years, she was frequently consulted on hospital organization in the armies, not only of Great Britain, but of continental nations as well. She died in 1910, one of the great figures among the heroines of history. End of chapter 25.
Chapter 26 of A Treasure of Heroes and Heroines. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Treasury of Heroes and Heroines by Clayton Edwards. Chapter 26. Father Damien. Many are the stories of brave doctors and ministers who have sacrificed themselves in times of pestilence and plague, caring for the sick, allowing experiments to be performed on their own bodies, and giving their lives without fear in the hope of saving invalids and sufferers. But no story is more thrilling than that of the Belgian priest named Father Damien. Father Damien's real name was Joseph de Veuster, and he was born in the year 1840 in a little village of Tremelo in Belgium, not far from the city of Louvain, that became famous in the World War when the Germans sacked it, burned its university, and murdered its inhabitants. A strong religious impulse ruled the de Veuster family, and out of 3 children, 2 were destined for a religious life. As a matter of fact, all 3 finally entered the service of the Church, a girl named Pauline, who entered a convent, and 2 brothers, August and Joseph, who became respectively Father Pamphile and Father Damien. Originally, the parents of these 3 children had decided that August was to become a priest, and Joseph was to enter business and be a merchant. But it could easily be seen the priesthood was also the life for Joseph, who had a serious and contemplative nature even when very young, and spent much of his time in prayer and meditation. On one occasion, when only 4 years old, Joseph had been found on his knees before the altar of the church, when it was supposed that he had wandered away from home and been lost in the woods or the fields about the town. And when still a young boy, he was fond of taking long walks by himself in the fields, and of herding sheep until he became known as the Little Shepherd. When Joseph was 18, his sister Pauline left home to enter the convent, and even before that time his brother had gone to Paris to study at the home of the Picpus Fathers. Joseph himself, in accordance with his parents' design that he was to become a businessman, went to a town in France called Braine-le-Comte to learn the rudiments of a commercial career and to study the French language. But while he had gone there willingly, he felt the desire for a religious life more and more strongly, until he finally told his parents that he desired to be a priest. It was not difficult for him to obtain their consent, and Joseph went to Paris to study at the same school that his brother had attended. In Paris, Joseph served as a novice, and when his term was ended, he went to Louvain, where his brother was already a priest in holy orders, having adopted the name of Father Pamphile. Joseph himself planned to take the name of Father Damien. For some time Joseph lived with his brother in Louvain, where he continued his studies. But he was not yet ordained as a priest when an event took place that changed the whole course of his life, and was destined in the end to make his name famous throughout the civilized world. The Picpus Fathers, like many other Catholic brothers, were great missionaries, carrying on this service in what were then called the Sandwich Islands, now better known as the Hawaiian Islands, under the government of the United States. At that time, however, the islands formed an independent state under a native king, and there was a great deal to be done by the missionaries that went there. Father Pamphile received orders to go to the Sandwich Islands and engage in missionary work. He was delighted, for this work appealed to him, and he felt he could serve his church better in that far country than by remaining in Louvain, where he had his parish. After his passage had been engaged, however, Father Pamphile was smitten with an attack of typhus fever, and found himself unable to answer the call to foreign service when the time came. Now Joseph was even more ardent than his brother, and he burned to answer this call himself, although he was not yet a priest. He asked Father Pamphile, however, if it would be his pleasure for him to take his place and engage in the missionary work that had been intended for the elder brother. And Father Pamphile was only too glad to have Joseph perform the task that his illness had rendered him unable to perform himself. So Joseph wrote to his superiors, volunteering to go to the Sandwich Islands in place of Father Pamphile, and soon a letter was received consenting to the new arrangement. Wild with delight, he told his brother of what had taken place, and at once commenced making his preparations for the voyage. The islands to which Father Damien was bound are of the greatest tropical beauty, and the natives have become known all over the world for their strange customs, their unusual music, and their skill in swimming the deep blue waters that surround the land where they live. At that time, however, they were suffering from the ravages of the most terrible disease, perhaps in the entire world. Certainly the one most feared from the times of the Bible down to the present day. This was the disease of leprosy. Leprosy was not a native disease in the Hawaiian Islands originally, but had been carried there by merchants or voyagers from the Far East, where was its home. But it spread so rapidly among the natives that before long it seemed as if the Hawaiian Islands themselves had been the cradle of this terrible scourge. This was due, we are told, to the hospitable habits of the islanders, who lived closely together, and to their kindness in persisting to keeping with them those members of their families who had already fallen its victims. At about the time that Father Damien reached the islands, however, the government had taken the matter in hand, and all the lepers that could be found were torn from their families and carried to a lonely island named Molokai. Here they were outcasts, deserted by their friends and relatives, living in wretchedness and desolation, and in that time provided only with the barest necessities of life. After a voyage of 5 months, in which his ship contended with many gales and much rough weather, Father Damien arrived in the Sandwich Islands, and was at once made a full priest and given a parish in a wild part of the country, a parish so large that it took him days to go from one end of it to the other. He worked hard, and soon became well known among the natives under his care, and to his fellow churchmen as a man of great earnestness and much physical strength. One day Father Damien happened to be at a meeting of churchmen, which was being addressed by the bishop, who said that he deeply regretted that he could spare no priest to send to the island of Molokai to the unfortunate lepers, who seemed to be cast off there, forsaken of God and man alike, and whose condition was wretched beyond belief. But Father Damien at once arose and pointed out to the bishop that a priest could be spared for such a service, for one of the newcomers to the islands could take charge of his own parish, while he himself, he said, would go to Molokai and spend his life in caring for the lepers, whose condition made his heart bleed whenever he thought of them. It can be imagined that a gasp of astonishment and admiration went through the assemblage that heard this courageous offer, for the man who volunteered for such service was going to living death, to a place of horror and human suffering, where life appeared in its most hideous form, and where disease wrote its imprint on the human body with such a terrible flourish that the very sight of Father Damien's future companions was enough to strike fear to the heart's core. But Father Damien thought little of all this. He knew he could do much good among the lepers, and he made the offer in simple sincerity, without a thought of himself or of the dangers that he would encounter. It is needless to say that it was accepted. On the spot, Bishop Maigret assigned to Father Damien the island of Molokai for a parish, and the brave priest left on the next boat, not even having time to take with him a change of linen or the simplest necessities of life. It may be thought that Father Damien's heart sank when he reached the island. A high and gloomy cliff of rock towered above the settlement of the lepers, and he found them living in the rudest of huts, dying from vice as well as from disease. Water was difficult to obtain, and there were none of the conveniences and few of the necessities of life. Moreover, in that settlement, which was one that had lost all hope, the only law that was known was the law of despair, and those that lived there tried to forget their unhappy lot in wild orgies and revels. Drinking a fiery spirit they distilled themselves, called ki, which was made from the root of a plant that grew in profusion on the island, fighting and gambling as they chose, and dying like dogs, with none to care for them, and with little hope for even a decent burial. Here in this hell hole Father Damien was left to his own devices, and surrounded by the misshapen and hideous creatures for whose lives he had sacrificed his own. Bishop Maigret accompanied him to Molokai and told the lepers he had brought them a new father who loved them so much that he was willing to live with them and become one of them. Then the good bishop went back to Honolulu, and Father Damien set himself about the task that he had made his entire life work. As he could not sleep in the huts of the lepers, the brave priest made his lodging on the ground beneath a pandanus tree, and calling his new parishioners together, he preached to them with brave and comforting words, telling them that they must not despair, but make the most of their lives as they were, and that he would help them to build better houses, and bring to them the comforts that they needed. And at once he busied himself getting building materials from the government, with which trim cottages were built, and water pipes through which he had fresh water piped down to the settlement from a cold spring above the cliff. He built a chapel and a dispensary, and not content with this, he bandaged the sores of the lepers with his own hands, and washed their wounds. Through his efforts a hospital was finally provided, and a doctor came to Molokai. And following his example, sisters of mercy and brave missionaries came there to work. But for a long time Father Damien was alone with his charges, performing rough tasks with none to aid him, except the aid that he obtained from the lepers themselves. It cannot be thought that a man who performed such services could forever escape contracting the disease. And after Father Damien had been 10 years on Molokai, he found himself a victim of the scourge against which he had so bravely and successfully contended. A visit to the resident doctor confirmed the worst of his fears, and after that, when speaking to his congregation, he used the words, "we lepers," telling them that he himself had received the cross from which they suffered, and henceforth was one of them in something more than name. Although he was now an invalid, he did not fail to perform his priestly duties until the end, but he never told his family in Belgium of the misfortune that had befallen him. They learned it eventually from others, and the shock of the discovery hastened his mother's death. After 15 years' service among the lepers, Father Damien died of the disease, leaving behind him a name for a pure self-sacrifice that has not been surpassed since the beginning of the Christian era. He had lived to see the leper colony grow from a ribald, obscene settlement to an orderly hospital, where as much as was possible was done for the sufferers that were compelled to remain there, and he had the satisfaction of knowing that others would carry on efficiently the work that he had begun. But in spite of all his bravery and his self-sacrifice, this heroic priest was not without his traducers. A short time after his death, a certain missionary named Dr. Hyde made scurrilous charges against him, which were answered by that great writer, Robert Louis Stevenson, in a letter that has become one of the classics of English literature, and in which it was predicted that Father Damien would be made a saint by the Church of Rome, as he is indeed a saint in the bravery and purity of his life and deeds. End of chapter 26. Father Damien.
Chapter 27 of A Treasury of Heroes and Heroines. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Availle in April 2012. A Treasury of Heroes and Heroines by Clayton Edwards. Chapter 27. Catherine Breshkovsky. In the year 1844, in Russia, was born one of the most remarkable women of modern times. Her full name is Ekaterina Konstantinovna Breshkovskaya, but in America she is called Catherine Breshkovsky, and as such she will be known in these pages. Both her father and her mother were of noble birth, and when she was a little girl, her father had a large estate on which hundreds of serfs were held in bondage. While the Negroes in the United States were kept in slavery, the peasants in Russia were in almost as bad a plight. They lived on the estates of the great nobles and formed a part of the nobles' property. Toiling from dawn until far into the night with frequent floggings and browbeatings from their masters, they bore the burdens of the Russian government that gave them nothing in return. While the noblemen feasted on the fruits of the peasants' toil, the peasants themselves starved to death. When war came, it was the peasants who furnished the armies, while the nobles themselves seldom went to the front but remained behind the lines in safety. When Catherine was a little girl, she saw many instances of injustice and oppression, although the serfs on her father's estate were treated far better than many others. She did not know why she herself had fine clothes and delicate food, when the children of her father's servants were ragged and dirty, and often had just enough to eat to keep them from starving. She used to ask her parents what was the reason that they had no work to perform, while others had to get up when the stars were still shining and labor until long after the sun had set at night. And why the ones who did not work were so much better off than the ones who did. And before she was 8 years old, she had formed the habit of giving away her own possessions to the children of the serfs, who never had the pretty things with which she was surfeited. Before she was 9, Catherine, we are told, had read a long history of Russia in 9 large volumes, and when she was a girl of 16, she had made an especial study of the French Revolution and the causes that led up to it. The Crimean War came, and soldiers went to the front in large numbers. They were all taken from the families of the serfs, and while a certain number of noblemen went to the war as officers of the Russian army, many others stayed at home safely, not being compelled to fight for their country as the peasants were. And the injustice of the system was very evident to the young girl, who even then was forming the idea of devoting her life to aiding the suffering and oppressed people who surrounded her. About the time that the Civil War began in the United States, a great change came over the peasantry in Russia, but it was a change that seemed to do them little good. The Russian Tsar issued a proclamation in 1861 in which he declared that all serfs in his dominions were at liberty, and if they chose, could leave the estates of their former masters and seek work where they wished. But the serfs were worse off than ever before, because in the proclamation nothing was said about the land on which they had been living and which belonged to the nobles. They knew no trade except that of tilling the soil, and now that they were no longer the property of the nobles, their land was taken away from them, and they had no means by which they could earn a living. Then terrible scenes commenced to be enacted. The serfs were ruthlessly driven from their homes, and when they sought to remain, were beaten in great numbers, being flogged so severely with the knout that many of them died as a result. Most of them were densely ignorant, and reading and writing were far beyond their knowledge. They could not understand why the land on which they had always lived and worked was taken from them, and why they were now denied even the bitter bread that they had formerly been able to earn. Among the Russian nobility, however, were many high-minded young men and women who, like Catherine, felt the injustice of the serfs' hard lot and desired to help them. These young people formed into philanthropic bands and went into the villages to teach the serfs, help them with their labor, minister to them in sickness, and to make their condition better in every way possible. Thousands of boys and girls of gentle birth flocked to the Russian universities, and from there went to befriend the serfs. Throughout the younger generation, a different feeling existed toward the common people than ever before in Russian history. Catherine's father himself was a liberal in his views, and had already done what he could to alleviate the sufferings of his former bondsmen. when Catherine came to him and told him that she did not think that she could endure living in idleness any longer, but desired to support herself, he consented, and the girl who all her life had been used to the greatest luxuries went away to become a governess in the house of a nobleman, where she could live honestly by the fruits of her own labor. Her father did not long consent to this, however, and helped her to open a boarding house for girls, where she taught school until she was 25 years old, when she was married. Her husband was a young nobleman who sympathized with her liberal ideas, and himself had done a great deal to better the condition of the Russian people. He helped his wife work for the peasants and began a cooperative banking scheme by which they might benefit. But Catherine grew more and more discontented with the terrible conditions that surrounded her on every side. She happened to go to the city of Kiev to visit her sister, and she took her meals at a student's boarding house. She heard a great deal of discussion of the condition of Russia there, and saw a great many young students who were interested in public affairs. And one day she held a secret meeting of students in her room to talk over what more could be done to make Russia a better place to live in. While the younger generation had been striving in every way possible to help the serfs, the Russian government did all in its power to hinder them. This government was then an absolute autocracy, which means that it was under the complete control of one ruler and a few advisors. The Tsar of Russia knew that when his people grew better educated and more enlightened, his own power would grow less, so he did all that he could to keep them in the state of darkness and ignorance in which they had languished for centuries. When young noblemen and girls sought to teach or help the peasants, they met with obstacles on every side, and many of them were treated with great severity by the officers of the Tsar. This naturally angered them, and they began to form plans to overthrow the Tsar's power, since they saw that any real progress would be impossible so long as the regime that then existed remained in force. In short, they became revolutionists, and Catherine herself was well on the road to becoming one. When Catherine came home from Kiev, she and her husband conducted a series of meetings in which they made speeches to the peasants and labored harder than ever to improve their condition. But this soon brought them under the eyes of the Tsar's spies, and they were warned that they had better discontinue their efforts and let the peasants take care of themselves. And this was the final event that determined Catherine to become a revolutionist and bend all her energies to overthrowing the Tsar's government. She talked it over with her husband and asked him if he were ready to throw in his lot with those who sought to change the government, saying that she herself had resolved to do so. It meant suffering, poverty, hardships, and very probably prison or death. Her husband was unwilling to take the risk, and they parted forever. Soon after this, Catherine had a son, and on account of the life that she had chosen, was obliged to leave him with friends. It was a bitter moment for her when she gave him up, but it only strengthened her in her purpose. Many revolutionists were at work in Russia at that time, and were scattered all through the country in various disguises. They were sent from various revolutionary centers to preach revolution to the peasants and to kindle the flames of revolt against the Tsar. Others did social work and sought to educate the peasants to the point where they would have sufficient knowledge to understand the revolutionary doctrines when they heard them, and it was in this form of work that Catherine first engaged. At last, however, she entered into the more active work of the revolutionists, and in person commenced to spread revolutionary ideas among the common people. With 2 companions disguised as peasants, and in peasant garb herself, carrying a pack crammed with revolutionary pamphlets and literature, Catherine made her way to a little village, where she took a small hut and pretended to be a woman who dyed clothes. As soon as she grew to know the peasants, she commenced to preach to them and to incite them to revolution. She told them that the Tsar was an evil ruler, and that he and his nobles had always fattened themselves at the peasants' expense, that the Russian people would always be poor and miserable so long as the Tsar remained in power, that they had a right to the land that was taken from them, and were no better than slaves who dare not call their souls their own, and furthermore that their only salvation lay in rising throughout Russia, overthrowing the Tsar, and establishing a government where all men should be free and equal, and where every man would have a right to earn his daily bread. When the peasants in one village failed to respond, Catherine and her comrades moved on to another town, and little by little they brought the doctrines of revolution to the mass of ignorant people, who were looking for some means to better themselves and realize a little of the happiness of life. The life of a traveling preacher of this sort was filled with hardship. Catherine, who had been used to every luxury, was forced to eat the coarsest food and often to go hungry. She had to sleep in houses that were filled with dirt and vermin. Her audiences were stupid in the extreme and were often as afraid of the revolutionists as they were of the Cossacks and the Tsar's officials. Moreover, there was always the danger of arrest and imprisonment, followed by exile to Siberia or death on the gallows. One day in the town of Zlatopol, where Catherine was carrying on her revolutionary work, a police officer stopped her and demanded her passport. This passport was forged, and when she showed it, he suspected her. Then, when he commenced to treat her with the indignities to which the peasants were accustomed, she resented it, disclosing the fact that she was from the upper classes. Her pack was torn open, and the revolutionary pamphlets were found. The case against her was complete. She was hurried to prison and thrown into a foul dungeon, where the filth and suffering forced on her were indescribable. And here she was kept for long, weary months, until her case should come to trial. It was in this prison that she first learned the secret code that prisoners in Russia used to communicate with one another. One day, as she lay on the bundle of rags that formed her couch, she heard a faint tapping on an iron pipe that ran through her cell. She responded, and on the pipe tapped out the alphabet, one tap standing for A, two for B, and so on. From this laborious method, she learned another code, which was the one generally in use among the imprisoned revolutionists, and she spent long hours communicating with friends in different parts of the prison who were in solitary confinement like herself and whom she had never seen. At last, Catherine was brought up for trial and was sentenced to exile in Siberia. Because she told her judges that she refused to acknowledge the authority of the Tsar, she was given an extra sentence of 5 years of hard labor in the mines. She had already been in prison several years awaiting trial, and out of 300 who had been imprisoned in the same jail, more than 100 had died or become insane. Catherine then commenced a weary 2 months' journey into Siberia, where she was first to go to prison and later remain as an exile. The prisoners traveled in covered wagons that jolted and bumped endlessly over the rough roads, and at night they were thrown into roadside jails, filthy beyond description. For 8 long weeks this journey continued, until Catherine reached the prison at Kara. Here she was not compelled to work after all, but was forced to eat the vilest food and wear out her soul in idleness, with no occupation except to witness the sufferings of her companions. When her prison term was ended, she was taken to a little town called Barguzon, near the Arctic Circle, where the thermometer often dropped to 50 below zero, and here she was kept under close guard for many years. Words cannot describe the misery of the Siberian exiles as Catherine saw them, men, women, and children, sick and forlorn, compelled to march for miles over the bleak countryside, surrounded by brutal guards who prodded them on with their bayonets. After she had been for some time at Barguzon, she tried to escape with 3 men who were also political exiles, and sought to gain the Pacific coast 1,000 miles away, where she hoped she might take ship for America. She was pursued and recaptured and given another term in the prison at Kara on account of her attempt to escape. Catherine was a young woman when she went into exile. She remained until she was old and her hairs were grey before her term of punishment ended. She had been in exile more than 20 years, and in all that time she had not seen one of her relatives or heard the voice of a friend. At last she was set free. When she arrived at her former home, she spent several months in making visits to relatives, and once again entered the work of the revolutionists. She was now famous in their circles, and known to great numbers of peasants who loved her dearly and called her grandmother. She had many narrow escapes from the police, but her friends always succeeded in concealing her. On one occasion she was hiding in a house, while the police officers searched for her. It was the cook's day off, and Catherine, in the cook's dress, was stirring the soup at the stove while the police officers ranged the house to discover her. In 1904 she came to the United States to do what she could to spread the work of the revolution by gaining money from Russians in America. She received a cordial reception and made many friends among the Americans, some of them being the most prominent men and women in the country. The Russians themselves received her most enthusiastically wherever she went, and she returned with $10,000 for the cause. Through the double dealing of one of her supposed friends, Catherine was arrested again in 1908 and sent once more to Siberia. She remained there until after the outbreak of the World War, while the Germans overran Belgium and Russia in turn. She remained, in fact, until the revolution for which she had labored for so many years at last took place, and the Tsar was overthrown. Then she was invited to return by the government of Kerensky, who came into power when the Tsar fell. Her return from Siberia with the other political exiles was like a triumphal ovation. At every stop the train made, crowds thronged about her carriage, cheering and shouting for the little grandmother of the Russian Revolution, as she was called on account of her many years of labor for the cause. On her arrival in Moscow, she was placed in the Tsar's former coach of state, and was driven in triumph through the city to the assembly of the people called the Duma, which was then sitting. At Petrograd, she was given a sumptuous apartment in the Tsar's former palace. Everywhere her name was on the lips of thousands, and everywhere she received cheers, kisses, and handclasps. It may almost have been worth the suffering she went through to receive a triumph so generous as that afforded her by the Russian people, who realized that she had been one of the chief leaders of the revolutionary moment, and that her heart was bound up in its ultimate triumph. But the revolution did not succeed, and it was not long before Russia was once more in the grip of a force even more deadly than that of the former Tsar. The Bolshevists soon organized and drove Kerensky from power, and anarchy ruled throughout Russia. Catherine Breshkovsky was declared a public enemy by the government of Lenin and Trotsky. She was in danger of her life if captured, as the Bolshevists were talking of putting her to death. After an unsuccessful attempt to organize resistance to the new government, Catherine was hidden by friends while the Bolshevists sought her, and after traveling for 600 miles on horseback, reached Vladivostok, where she found a steamer ready to take her to America. Here she was again welcomed cordially and made much of on every side, and here too she made many speeches against the Bolshevist government. Although she is over 75 years old, she declares that she will still aid Russia to gain the freedom and peace it craves, and if given an opportunity, she will no doubt take part in the future development of her country. End of chapter 27.
Chapter 28. Theodore Roosevelt of A Treasury of Heroes and Heroines. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Treasure of Heroes and Heroines by Clayton Edwards. Chapter 28. Theodore Roosevelt. Among the great men who have been President of the United States, Theodore Roosevelt holds a unique position. Although he had no great trial to undergo in the term of his office, no trial similar to what Washington and Lincoln were forced to endure, he endeared himself to his fellow countrymen almost equally with these two for his splendid Americanism, his vitality, his kindness, and the force of his personality. After his term of office ended, and when he was a simple citizen once more, the bare word of Roosevelt's opinion had more influence on the country than the utterance of any public man who still held office. For the power of Roosevelt as a man and an American was greater than any other in the nation. Roosevelt was born in New York City as his fathers had been before him for 6 generations. He was the son of Theodore Roosevelt, a glass manufacturer, and of a Southern girl named Martha Bullock, who came from Georgia. Both his father and mother were unusual people, and of a quality to have a son whose greatness might be of the first magnitude. But until Roosevelt had graduated from college, he showed no signs that he was different from other boys. He did not even seem to have been given the same chance for success that is granted to other boys. For from his infancy his health was feeble. He was undersized and nervous, and suffered so greatly from asthma and other troubles that he was not able to attend school regularly. When he was still a small boy, however, he made a resolution to gain the bodily strength that he needed, and set about conquering the weaknesses that handicapped him. He secured a set of boxing gloves from his father, and with great determination went to work to learn how to defend himself from the other boys in his neighborhood, who were prone to annoy him because he was an easy victim. He became fond of athletics of all kinds, and was intensely interested in naturalism, intending at one time to make science his life work. And he drilled himself in doing the things that were difficult for him to do, until, though naturally somewhat timid or shy, he did not know the meaning of the word fear, and has been looked on as a prodigy of courage, both physical and moral. Roosevelt was popular in Harvard University and gained a number of steadfast friends who stood by him throughout his life. He received his degree of Bachelor of Arts in 1880, and soon after married a girl named Alice Lee. After a brief trip to Europe, where he climbed the Matterhorn in Switzerland, he settled down to the study of law in Columbia University, and at the same time learned its more practical side in the downtown law offices of a relative. But Roosevelt had not yet found himself. He had no love for the law, and cast about for some career in which his natural energy could show itself to better advantage. He no longer desired to be a naturalist, for the scientific side of that profession was too sedentary for him. He had wished to be an author, and for some time had been working on A History of the War of 1812, which was published soon after he left Harvard. But in politics he found the career he was seeking, and soon became influential in the Republican club of the Assembly district to which he belonged, where, in spite of the fact that he was considered a silk stocking because he was a gentleman, he gained the liking of the political bosses, and was elected to the State Assembly. The slightly built young man wearing glasses, and with the reputation of a college dude, was not taken seriously in the Assembly at first, but it was not long before he had become one of its leaders and a man of national reputation. He won fame in his first term by rising one day and demanding that a certain judge be impeached. He was received with ridicule and laughter, and was warned not to injure the party or to make loose charges that might cause trouble. He stood alone, a young and inexperienced man, against the combined weight of machine politics in the state, and it was practically certain that his own political future was dead as a result of his act. But in spite of this, Roosevelt demanded once more that the judge be impeached, and kept up his demand until he was supported by certain newspapers. At last his action resulted in a statewide cry for the impeachment of the judge, and the Assembly, which could not afford to ignore the letters and newspaper articles which came pouring in, was compelled to give in and do as Roosevelt had demanded. At another time he was attacked by a bully, an ex-prize fighter who was hired by some of his enemies to teach him the rewards to be won from meddling. The result was unexpected. The bully went sprawling, knocked down by a well-directed blow from the undersized, bespectacled young assemblyman, and some of the gang that attempted to bring aid to the fallen also found themselves upon the floor. Roosevelt, flashing his teeth in characteristic manner, told the little knot of his enemies who had gathered to witness the affair that he was much obliged to them, that he hadn't enjoyed himself so much since he had been in the Assembly. A terrible and bitter sorrow ended Roosevelt's political career for the time being. His mother, to whom he was devotedly attached, died in 1884, and only 12 hours after this his wife, who had just borne him a daughter, died also. Roosevelt's father had already passed away, and this double tragedy was too much for him. He quitted politics and bought a ranch in Dakota where he hoped to find forgetfulness from sorrow, and in a short time he was leading the wild life of a cowboy, roping steers and riding horseback from the first break of dawn until far after dark. For 2 years Roosevelt remained in his ranch on the Little Missouri River, hunting, cow-punching, and engaging heart and soul in the free and strenuous life of the West. He did some writing, but believed that his political career was ended for good and all. And he believed, too, that he had become a Westerner and should remain one. But he had not been forgotten in the East, and before he was 30 years old he returned to New York by invitation to run on the Republican ticket for mayor. He was badly beaten, and for a time retired again from politics, traveling in Europe. In London he married again, this time a girl whom he had known from his early boyhood, named Edith Cavell. Roosevelt was not long out of public life. 2 years after he had been beaten as mayor, he was appointed on the Civil Service Commission, and worked hard and with great ability for 6 years. Then he was made president of the Police Board of New York City, where he found a fight to his liking. The New York police were notoriously corrupt, and Roosevelt entered with all his might into the task of reorganizing and cleaning up his department. He was thoroughly successful, and not only left a more efficient and cleaner police, but added to the national reputation that he had already acquired. Before his term as president of the police board had ended, he was offered the position of assistant secretary of the Navy by President McKinley, and accepted with alacrity. Roosevelt had always been a staunch advocate of national preparedness for war, and was delighted to have the opportunity of aiding this cause himself. He did what he could for the Navy, and it was due to him more than any other man that Admiral Dewey was well supplied with fuel and munitions when war broke out with Spain, that he was able to attack the Spanish fleet in Manila Bay without delay. But Roosevelt was not content with working at a desk when his country was at war. He recruited a regiment of cavalry called the Rough Riders, and made up largely from the cowboys and Westerners he had known in Dakota, although it included men from all parts of the United States. This regiment was placed under the command of Roosevelt's friend, Colonel Leonard Wood, and Roosevelt himself received the appointment of lieutenant colonel. He could have had the command of the regiment, but did not think that he knew enough about army administration, and it was due to Roosevelt that Leonard Wood received the colonelcy. The Rough Riders were sent promptly to Cuba, and when Colonel Wood was promoted to the rank of brigadier general, Roosevelt took charge of the regiment and personally led it into action at San Juan Hill, where he fought with the utmost gallantry. As his men charged up the hill, Roosevelt's horse was killed under him, and with drawn sword he led his men on foot, the most conspicuous target to be seen, far ahead of his men, yelling and cheering them on until they swarmed over the hilltop, and the Spaniards were driven from the field. When the war ended, Roosevelt returned to New York in a blaze of glory. The Republicans took advantage of his popularity and nominated him for governor of New York. He was elected by a large majority, and began at Albany once more the work of reform that he had carried on so courageously as a member of the Assembly and on the Civil Service and Police Commissions. It was necessary for Roosevelt to gain the goodwill of the party leaders, for without the support of the Republican machine he could accomplish little at Albany. His administration was fearless and at the same time tactful, and he soon had a reputation for being the leading figure in progressive American politics. But he was feared and distrusted by many of the machine politicians, who were compelled to recognize his ability and look on him in the light of a possible President of the United States. So when Roosevelt's second term as governor ended, strong efforts were made to force on him the office of Vice President, by which his enemies hoped he would be safely put out of the way for 4 years at least, and that his political career might be ended for good and all. In addition to the efforts of his enemies to gain this position for him, Roosevelt's admirers throughout the country joined the demand, thinking that the position was both an honor and a step forward, and the demand was so strong that Roosevelt could not refuse, but accepted the nomination to the huge delight of those who were afraid of him. Roosevelt and McKinley were elected to office in 1900. Roosevelt had thrown himself into the campaign with characteristic energy, and had traveled north and south and east and west almost as many miles as would girdle the globe, while his eyeglasses and teeth were seen and his fiery speeches heard by millions of Americans. It is said that on this trip Roosevelt made nearly 700 speeches. The result was plain. The election was a Republican landslide, and in March 1901 Roosevelt entered his new duties. Fate was against the men who had wanted him shelved, for in September of the year when he entered office the martyr McKinley was laid low by the bullet of a red anarchist, and Roosevelt was called upon to take up the reins of government. He was in the Adirondack Mountains at the time of the assassination, and he made his way to Buffalo as speedily as possible, taking a dangerous drive in the dark over a mountain road at a full gallop. The eyes of the nation were now centered on this comparatively young man who was called to the post of chief executive in so trying a manner, and Roosevelt's first public act was such as to inspire the utmost confidence in him, for he declared that he would follow out the McKinley policies and retain the McKinley cabinet. Throughout his term he strove conscientiously to keep the letter of his promise, although it was inevitable that with his own powerful character the trend of the administration must be changed. His conduct of domestic as well as foreign affairs, says Herman Hagedorn, was fearless and vigorous. He saw clearly that the question of most vital importance before the country was the control and strict regulation of the great corporations. In the famous Northern Securities merger he presented a test case to the Supreme Court, which ultimately opened the way for the prosecution of the other great corporations which had violated the Sherman antitrust law. His fight against the conservative forces of both parties on this question and kindred matters of railroad regulation was intensely bitter and extended throughout his period of office. His dealings with labor were equally far-sighted and firm. He favored combinations of labor as he favored combinations of capital, but stood as firmly against lawlessness on the part of laboring men as he stood against it on the part of capitalists. At last, said one of the labor men at a luncheon one day, there is a hearing for us fellows. Yes, cried the President emphatically, the White House door, while I am here, shall swing open as easily for the labor man as for the capitalist, and no easier. One of Roosevelt's greatest pieces of diplomacy that was kept secret at the time, and is such a striking example of his complete and utter fearlessness, is his dealing with the German Kaiser in 1901, when Germany broke off diplomatic relations with Venezuela and prepared to occupy Venezuelan territory by force of arms. Roosevelt called the German ambassador to the White House. He told him that unless the Kaiser arbitrated the matter with Venezuela, the American fleet under Admiral Dewey would be sent to Venezuelan waters to prevent any hostilities that the Germans might undertake. He stated this as a fact, he said, not as a threat, and he gave the German government a week to accede to his request. As the week passed without word from Germany, Roosevelt told the ambassador that in view of the Kaiser's silence, the American fleet would sail a day earlier than had been planned, and as promptly as cables could do the work, Germany gave in and consented to arbitration. Roosevelt's prompt action in this matter and the courageous stand he took with the Berlin government undoubtedly prevented war, which might, when started, very easily have embroiled the world. The power of America, Roosevelt believed, was the strongest influence against war. When he was conscious of a veiled truculence in the Japanese diplomatic communications, the American battle fleet was ordered to make a cruise around the world, ostensibly for training, but really to show the world, and particularly the Asiatics, that the United States had ample means to enforce its rights in all waters and on every sea. Every particle of trouble with the Japanese government and the Japanese press, says Roosevelt in a letter, stopped like magic as soon as they found that our fleet had actually sailed and was obviously in good trim. As I told von Tirpitz, the German general, I thought it a good thing that the Japanese should know there were fleets of the white races which were totally different from the fleet of poor Rochesdemsky. But Roosevelt was not a lover of war, in spite of the warlike stand he took on several occasions. And his efforts in bringing about peace between Japan and Russia resulted in the award to him of the Nobel Peace Prize of $40,000. The constructive work he accomplished while in office is too great to be even sketched in these brief pages. It was in Roosevelt's term, however, that the famous Panama Canal was begun and pushed toward completion. When his administration had ended and he was a private citizen once more, Roosevelt started on his famous hunting trip to the jungles of Africa, where he indulged to the full his love of excitement and his interest in natural history. He killed lion, hippopotamus, and elephant, tracking his game on foot, and having several narrow escapes from death by infuriated and wounded wild beasts. He then toured Europe on a trip the like of which has not fallen to the lot of any other living man, for he was feted and cheered like a monarch wherever he went, and received honors that never before in the history of the world had been accorded to a man in private life. Roosevelt returned to America more honored and loved than any other man in its wide boundaries, and with his usual energy he plunged once more into the political fight. He had everything to lose and nothing to gain, but entered the struggle with a spirit of heroism and patriotic duty that all men must respect, whatever they think of his political ideas. When the time came again for the presidential struggle, Roosevelt, who disliked the way things had been going since his term of office, once more became a candidate, and as he was repudiated by the Republicans, he formed a party of his own which he called the Progressive Party, and ran for president against Taft and Woodrow Wilson. Wilson had the solid Democratic vote behind him, and while the total of the votes he received made him a minority president, he was able nevertheless to win on account of the friction between Roosevelt and Taft. And Roosevelt now retired to his home on Sagamore Hill, Long Island, where, although he was a private citizen again, his voice was constantly heard throughout the country, with more influence on public affairs than any other force outside the administration. When time for the next election came, the Republicans nominated Hughes, and Roosevelt retired from the race to aid the fight against Wilson, who was nevertheless reelected. In spite of his political defeat, these years may well be considered as among the greatest in Roosevelt's life. More than any other man, he stood for true Americanism and showed a bewildered country the straight path toward the light of patriotism. He was among the first to condemn the German outrages, to silence the voices of supine pacifists, and plead for action on the part of the American government. He was the staunchest advocate of national preparedness, and we may say that the military training camps that gave America officers for the war were fathered by Roosevelt as well as by his friend and comrade in arms, General Wood, who was sponsor of the Plattsburgh idea. Before this, however, Roosevelt's restless spirit took him again into the wilderness, and with a body of chosen companions he had explored the Brazilian jungles and penetrated wilds where no white man had ever set foot before. In this journey, however, Roosevelt fell ill to a severe attack of tropical fever that even his robust frame and vigorous constitution could not shake off. He was now a sick man and growing old, but his bodily weakness did not hinder his strong voice that was so bravely uplifted in behalf of the best ideals of his country. When the war broke out with Germany, Roosevelt wished to go. He offered to raise and train a force for service on European battlefields, just as he had done in the Spanish War 19 years before. His offer was refused, and bitterly disappointed, Roosevelt was compelled to stay at home and watch other men fight, a fact that is thought to have hastened his death. He had hoped that his might be the lot of dying on the battlefield, but as he could not do this, he did the next best thing. He sent his 4 sons to represent him. As all 4 were among the first to volunteer, it can hardly be said, however, that Roosevelt sent them. Nonetheless, the training they had received at his hands is doubtless partly responsible for their splendid service, and the fact that all strove for and obtained positions with combat troops. On January 6, 1919, Theodore Roosevelt died in his sleep, a prey to the fever that he had contracted in South America and to inflammatory rheumatism with other complications. His death caused mourning all over the United States and brought a personal sense of loss to the heart of every American. Like Lincoln, Roosevelt is a man of the ages, and his name has been made immortal. And his last message, which he read only the night before he died to the members of the American Defense Society, is symbolic and typical of Roosevelt the man. "We have room but for one flag," he said, "the American flag. We have room but for one loyalty, and that is loyalty to the American people." So spoke Theodore Roosevelt a few hours before he died, and his words sum up the work of his great life. End of chapter 28. Theodore Roosevelt.
Chapter 29 of A Treasury of Heroes and Heroines. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Treasury of Heroes and Heroines by Clayton Edwards. Chapter 29. Edith Cavell. As the name of Florence Nightingale became world famous at the close of the Crimean War more than 60 years ago, the name of another English nurse who suffered martyrdom in the World War will go down into history with the luster of glory and self-sacrifice surrounding it. That name is Edith Cavell. Edith Cavell was born at Schwartz in Norwich, England in 1873. Her father was an English minister of the old school who was rector of a single parish in Norwich for more than half a century. Edith and her sister were brought up in strict conformance with church ideas and were taught the value of leading useful lives and the glory of self-sacrifice. As was customary at the time when she was a young girl, she received her education on the continent, attending school in the city of Brussels in Belgium. She then returned to her home and remained there until, when 21 years old and resolved to give her life to some useful and benevolent occupation, she decided to become a trained nurse and went to London to study that calling. She studied at the London Hospital, a place, we are told, where the hardest and most difficult conditions prevailed, and where the nurses were worked to the limit of their strength. She also held the position of a nurse in 2 other hospitals, the Shoreditch Infirmary in Hoxton and the St. Pancras Infirmary, and she gained a reputation both for hard work and efficiency, while her patients often spoke of her gentleness and her kindness. Not content with forgetting a patient when discharged from the hospital, Edith Cavell often followed him to his home and continued there the lighter nursing that would assure his convalescence. Her regular duties were severe enough, but she used a large part of her scanty leisure for such purposes as these. In 1906, Edith Cavell left the English hospitals where she had made a reputation for herself, and went back to Brussels, where she took a position as matron in a medical and surgical home. Nursing in Brussels had been conducted hitherto by Roman Catholic Sisters of Mercy, and at first they were inclined to look upon Miss Cavell as an untrained outsider, but her tact, efficiency, and skill soon won the hearts of these good women, who afforded her every courtesy and entered into cordial cooperation with her. Her home succeeded so well that 3 years after its commencement, Miss Cavell started also a training school for nurses. She was popular everywhere in the Belgian capital, and although Protestant, she gained the praise of the Roman Catholic priests for the generous and unselfish work that she performed. When the war broke out, Miss Cavell was on a vacation with her mother. Every year she returned twice to England to visit her family. Her father had died by this time, but her mother was close to her heart, and she saw her as often as she could. "I may be looked on as an old maid," she is reported as saying, "but with my work and my mother I am a very happy one, and desire nothing more as long as I have these 2. When war was declared, Miss Cavell lost no time in hurrying back to Brussels, believing that her duty called her there. She wrote a letter commenting on the German army when it swept through Belgium, and in it she voiced her pity for the tired, footsore German soldiers, who were later to slay her. Brussels became a part of the German Empire, and a tyrannical governor came there to establish his headquarters, issuing proclamations threatening the Belgians with death for minor offenses, and filling Brussels with spies and intrigue. Miss Cavell desired to continue her hospital work and went to the governor, von Bissing, to get permission to do so. He granted it, for the quiet English nurse made an impression upon him. We are told that the arrogant German formed a high opinion of her, so much so that he secretly determined to keep her under the strictest supervision. From that time on, spies dogged her tracks. She cared for the wounded German soldiers and nursed a number of German officers, as well as the Belgians who were in her care. But this made no difference to the authorities. They were determined to detect her in some crime and punish her. It was not fitting, they thought, that an enemy should be engaged in works of mercy, even though they themselves might benefit thereby. And soon spies began to come to the governor with tales and fabrications of the crimes that she had been committing in their eyes. They bore witness that she had given an overcoat to a Frenchman who was cold and hungry, and the Frenchman later escaped over the Dutch frontier. Once she gave a glass of water to a Belgian soldier. She had given money to poor people, perhaps to soldiers. But the main reason that the Germans hated her was because she was held in great affection by the people of Brussels. On the night of August 5th, 1915, we are told, Miss Cavell was tying up the wounds of a wounded German soldier when a group of armed men entered the room and their leader told her roughly that she was under arrest. A blow was the only response when she tried to expostulate. She was taken to prison and placed in solitary confinement. Her arrest was shrouded with the most careful secrecy, for the Germans did not want to have the representatives of neutral governments, such as the United States, know of the affair or of what they proposed to do. But word of her plight did reach England through a traveler, and at once the British government requested the American ambassador, Dr. Page, to get what information he could from Brand Whitlock, the American minister in Belgium. He went at once to the German authorities, but they evaded his questions and waited 10 days before giving him a reply. Then the Germans sent him a statement declaring that Edith Cavell herself had admitted to giving money to English and Belgian soldiers and furnishing them with guides to help them to the Dutch frontier, whence they might escape into Holland and return to England. This was the German statement. If what they said were true, there was still no cause for killing the unfortunate woman in their power, for she was not accused at any time of having been a spy. But they had planned to try her for her life, and Mr. Whitlock soon guessed this, in spite of the fact that the Germans kept their preparations from him so far as possible. An American lawyer, Mr. de Level, was requested by Mr. Whitlock to take Miss Cavell's case and do whatever was possible in her behalf. He was not allowed to see the prisoner, and was not even allowed to look at the documents in the case until the trial began. Another lawyer, who was a Belgian, suddenly appeared and told the Americans that there was not the least cause for them to worry, as Miss Cavell was sure to receive only just treatment. He also promised to let them know when the trial was to take place, and that he would keep them informed of all the developments in the case. All these promises were broken. It is true that he sent a note a few days before the trial telling Mr. Whitlock that the case was about to come to court, but that is all he told them. He never informed them that the death sentence had been imposed. He never came to see them afterward, and when they sought him for an explanation and for assistance, he had disappeared. Miss Cavell was kept in solitary confinement for 2 months, and then was tried with a number of other persons who were accused of crimes against the German government. It was only from a private source that Mr. de Level learned that the trial was underway, and that the death sentence had been given. Miss Cavell herself, we are told, was calm, dignified, and brave at the trial, and faced her accusers heroically. She was dressed in her nurse's uniform, and wore the badge of the Red Cross. When Mr. Whitlock learned that she had been tried and sentenced to death, he did everything possible to secure her pardon, or at least a moderation of the punishment. He wrote to Baron von der Luncken, pointing out in a clear and decisive manner that Miss Cavell had served the Germans by caring for their wounded, and that the death sentence had never before been inflicted for the crime of which she was accused. He also wrote a note to the Baron, which is as follows: "My dear Baron, I am too ill to present my request to you in person, but I appeal to your generosity of heart to support it and save this unfortunate woman from death. Have pity on her. Brand Whitlock." All through the day, the American legation sent message after message to the German authorities asking for information. They received none. At 6:20 in the evening, they were told by a subordinate that the sentence had not been given, only to learn later that it had indeed been declared, and that Miss Cavell would face a firing squad at 2 o'clock the following morning. Mr. Whitlock then urged Baron von der Luncken to appeal to General von Bissing to mitigate the sentence, and at 11 in the evening he was told that von Bissing refused to do anything to save Miss Cavell's life. At the same time that the governor denied this appeal, Edith Cavell was allowed to see a British chaplain. She told him that she was not in the least afraid of death, and willingly gave her life for her country. Her words resembled those of Florence Nightingale that have been quoted elsewhere in this book. Death, she said, was well known to her, and she had seen it so often that it was not strange or fearful to her. Early in the morning, with her eyes bandaged, Miss Cavell was led out to face the rifles of the Huns. She wore an English flag over her bosom. Only Germans were witnesses of the execution, but the German chaplain who attended said that she died like a heroine. When her death became known, the entire civilized world was shocked and horrified. In England, this murder did more to stimulate recruiting than anything else up to that time. All day long, lines of men waited to sign the papers of enlistment, and in Miss Cavell's hometown, every eligible man was sworn into the army. A bitter denunciation of the German act was made by Sir Edward Grey. The Germans themselves had only a poor excuse for what they had done. In brief, the case against the German authorities is as follows. They had not previously inflicted the death penalty for the offense of which Miss Cavell was accused. They had kept her in solitary confinement and prevented her from consulting an advocate up to the time of her trial. She was tried with great haste and with great secrecy, and after the trial the sentence was carried out far more speedily than usual. Moreover, they had deceived Mr. Whitlock and the other members of the American legation, and had done so deliberately. After the execution, they refused to return the body. But the name of Edith Cavell has become one of the world's great names, and her fame grows brighter as time passes. In the hospital where she was in training for her high calling, a fitting memorial to her is being prepared. It is the Edith Cavell Home, to be a permanent part of the London hospital where she served her difficult apprenticeship. But her chief memorial is in the hearts and minds of the British nation. End of Chapter 29. Recording by Tamara Schwartz, Newberg, Oregon.
Chapter 30 of A Treasury of Heroes and Heroines. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nyssa Schmidt. A Treasury of Heroes and Heroines by Clayton Edwards. Chapter 30. King Albert of Belgium. The greatness of kings is not always proportionate to the size of the kingdoms they rule, and their fame does not run in accord with the breadth of their dominions, or the number of subjects who serve them. This has been proved many times in history, but never more conclusively than in the little kingdom of Belgium, whose present ruler, Albert I, has already won glory equal to that of any hero king of any age. Until he was a young man, it was never expected that Albert would ever be king, for he was the younger son of the younger brother of King Leopold II. Much would have to take place before he could win the throne, and Albert, in consequence, was not trained for the severe duties of a ruler. But in the end this worked good rather than harm, for Albert received so thorough a military education that by practical advice and prompt action he was able to save his country in the terrible ordeal through which it passed. And as he had expected to be no more than one of the king's subjects, he had learned the ways of the people more intimately than he could have done if he had always been hemmed in with the restrictions of loyalty. When Albert was 17 years old, his brother Baldwin died, and it was then seen that he might indeed become king, for Leopold had no direct male heirs. But this was not yet sure, for under certain conditions the king had the right to appoint his successor, and he did not decide to make Albert the heir to the throne until the prince married and had 2 sons who would ensure the permanence of the royal Belgian family. Albert was born in 1875, on the 8th of April. His father was Count Philippe of Flanders, who was Leopold's youngest brother. As a boy, the young prince received an education such as would be given to any cultivated, well-bred gentleman. But as it was customary for younger sons of princes to enter the army, particular attention was paid, as we have said, to his military training. The young prince attended military school, was drilled as a common soldier, and gradually worked his way up through the different grades to the rank of major. He was intensely interested in the profession of arms, and gave more than the required zeal and attention to its pursuit. Following his training in a regiment of grenadiers, and instructed by the most experienced officers. Albert was not only studious, but fond of all sorts of athletic sports and exercises. He frequently visited the Tyrol for mountain climbing, and later tried his skill on the most rugged Alps. He was fond of shooting, and shot well. He was an excellent horseman, and his tall figure was frequently to be seen astride his hunter, which he managed with great skill. The possibility that he might become king had effected a change in the young man's character, who became more reserved and serious, ardently devoted to his studies, and eager to find out as much as possible about the lives of the people that one day he was to rule. He often lectured on military topics. He visited the mines and viewed the working conditions of the men that toiled incessantly underground. He watched the fishermen at work and even accompanied them on their trips. He worked in machine shops and ran locomotives himself. To learn the secrets of modern shipping, he visited foreign countries and traveled in disguise as a reporter of a newspaper, paying calls on various shipyards and taking notes on what he saw there. In the year of the war between America and Spain, 1898, Albert came to the United States and saw President McKinley, and in his travels through our great country he paid a visit to the great financier James H. Hill, with whom he talked about the problems that had confronted Belgium, and from whom he doubtless received valuable advice. He was much impressed by his visit to America, and often talked about it afterward, and thought out means by which the modern improvements he saw in America might be applied to the people of Belgium. All this time, however, the prince remained unmarried, and King Leopold, who was growing old, was worried about the succession to the throne. Finally, he decided that as long as Albert was without issue, he might choose a different heir, which was a royal privilege in such a contingency, and his choice fell upon the Duc de Vendôme, who had married Albert's sister. But Albert, who had given no signs of attraction toward any one of the various beautiful ladies he might have married, was soon to fall in love and make a marriage that would gladden the heart of old King Leopold and please the Belgian people. Among other things that he had studied in his young manhood was the science of medicine, and a year after he came to America he went to Germany to see the clinic of a Bavarian duke named Charles Theodore, whose skill as an oculist had made him famous throughout Europe. Albert visited this duke and was presented to his daughters, with one of whom, the Duchess Elizabeth, he promptly fell in love. The passion was mutual, and as the match was a good one from all points of view, the young couple were married in Munich on October 2nd, 1900, where a celebration was held in honor of the event. When the newly wedded couple returned to Belgium, no less than King Leopold was waiting at the railroad station to receive them and offer his congratulations. Leopold was now more predisposed in favor of Albert, and when a son was born he was delighted. On the birth of a second son, the king made a speech in which he publicly confirmed Albert's claim to the throne, and public attention was now focused on the prince who was to be king. Albert had no intention of meddling with political affairs until he actually should become the ruler of Belgium, and he gave scant encouragement to those who sought to sound him and find out what his future policies would be. While he surveyed all public affairs with a keen eye and attentive mind, he kept the public from knowing what he thought of them, and his mind seemed now as much of a mystery as his personality had seemed obscure before it had been known that he was to come to the throne. Albert was greatly interested in the Belgian colony in Africa, and asked permission from King Leopold to visit it and make a tour of inspection. The king was unwilling to have the heir to the throne take so long and presumably so dangerous a journey, but at last he consented, and Albert departed for Africa and the Congo, where he spent 3 arduous months, in which time, it is said, he walked more than 1,500 miles. The colonists took a great liking to the tall, reserved young man, who studied all their interests and doings with such careful attention, and the impression that Albert made upon this part of his future kingdom was more than favorable. He had not been at home long before King Leopold died, and on the 23rd of December, 1909, Albert came into his capital as King of the Belgians. After taking the oath to guard the Constitution and preserve the territory of the Belgian nation, he made a carefully prepared and well thought-out speech, in which he declared that the Belgian monarch must always obey the laws of the country and preserve the law with the utmost respect and care. And the first public appearance of Albert as king added to the good impression with which he was regarded everywhere. His liberty and privacy were now over, and he was absorbed with the affairs of the country. He had become so interested in the Congo colony that he gave a great deal of his own money to better conditions there and to further medical research. The Queen was busy also. With her medical skill she visited the various hospitals and engaged in many charitable enterprises that endeared her to the hearts of the common people. It seemed that she could not do enough to relieve the suffering of others, and the humblest of her subjects came to look on her as a member of their family, and almost literally worship the ground she walked on. The threat of war was still far off, but Albert, who was greatly concerned over the state of the Belgian army, did all he could to increase its efficiency. He was not only concerned with the military preparedness of Belgium, but observed that the Germans seemed to be taking a firmer and firmer grip on his country. German merchants and business men swarmed in Brussels, and it was not hard to see that German military experts were studying the topography of Belgium and sending reports back to the fatherland. The position of Belgium was peculiar in many ways. Not only did it lie as a little and weak nation between the great armed powers of France and Germany, exposed to the advance of an invading army in case of war, since it was the most convenient way from one country to the other, but its position on the coast made it a favorable vantage ground from which Germany might launch an attack on England. This geographical situation in Belgium has caused it throughout history to be the scene of some of the greatest battles that have ever been fought, and has gained for it the name of the cockpit of Europe. Even for its size, Belgium was in a woeful state of military unpreparedness for war, because it was supposed to be exempt from conflict through an agreement of the great powers. All of the great nations of Europe had decided that it was safer and better to make Belgium neutral ground, and one and all they had promised to protect the neutrality of this little state with force of arms if necessary. This, as we have said, had given the Belgians a feeling of security. They believed that even if war broke out, Belgium would not be forced into the conflict. But sinister signs of danger, like the distant warnings of a hurricane, gradually obtruded themselves before King Albert's clear-sighted vision. He received letters, not from one, but many sources, warning him that the Germans had decided in secret council to send their invading armies across Belgium in case of war with France, and he had seen only too clearly that German spies and military experts were mapping out the country for their own secret ends. So Albert struggled to increase the army and secured the passage of a favorable bill in October 1913. But the iron forces of Germany were forged and ready. The uniforms and equipment of her invading hordes were packed away in her storehouses and arsenals. Only the stroke of a pen was needed to loose the blind forces and mighty armaments of a war greater than any that history has known. King Albert's efforts in behalf of the Belgian army were too late, although he did not know it at the time. In the summer of 1914, Albert went to Switzerland on a vacation, but his fear that Germany was preparing for speedy war forced him to return to Belgium in the middle of his holiday. And events soon proved that he was justified. War leaped overnight like a devouring flame, and immediately the German government sent to Belgium a threat which declared that it was the purpose of the German High Command to move German troops across Belgium, and that the Belgians would resist at their own peril. Many a ruler would have acceded to the terms that Germany gave. If a small boy is confronted by a trained pugilist of great weight and gigantic stature, surely none can blame the boy for consenting to the pugilist's demands. None could have blamed King Albert if he had yielded to such force and accepted the tyrant's terms. But the king determined to defend his country to the last drop of Belgian blood, not sparing his own, and the Belgians sent the following reply back to the German warlords. The German ultimatum has caused the Belgian government deep and painful astonishment, and Belgium refuses to believe that her independence could only be preserved at the cost of violating her neutrality. And Albert grimly added to some of his followers, Germany appears to believe that Belgium is a road, not a country. The German armies entered Belgium, and soon the roar of the guns was heard almost from one end of the little nation to the other. King Albert at once put on his uniform and took to the field with the Belgian army. The Germans laid siege to the Belgian fortress of Liège, expecting to overpower it easily. They advanced against it in mass formation, only to be met with such a hail of machine-gun fire that they numbered their dead by thousands. The little kingdom of Belgium had thrust a stick between the cogs of the great German war machine, and by doing so saved the world from a German victory. By delaying the Germans at Liège, they allowed the French the vital time to organize their army and immobilize on the frontier. And by the splendid and stubborn resistance that the Germans encountered in Belgium, the English too were given a breathing space. On the breast of this weak nation fell the whole weight of the mailed fist, and while the rest was inevitable, the burden was bravely supported. Liège fell at last, and the Germans moved onward, in spite of attacks by the Belgians that temporarily halted them. With their great 42-centimeter howitzers, the Germans pulverized the forts that held out against them, and soon compelled King Albert to shift the seat of Belgian government to Antwerp. Albert himself, however, stayed in the field with his army, and when it fell back he was among the brave men that covered the retreat. He seemed to be everywhere that he was needed, and often in the front line the Belgian soldiers would be cheered by the sight of their king loading and firing a rifle by their side, in the place of some wounded comrade. The king combined shrewdness with bravery. He ordered Brussels not to resist the German horde, but he fought to the knife wherever resistance would be effective. While the British were yet far away, and the French were unable to help, Belgium alone held the enemy in check, and Belgium was animated more by the spirit of their king than by any other cause. It has been said in turn that each one of the Allied nations won the war, and this is true of them all. Without the aid of the British Navy, the bravery of the French army, the fresh strength that America lent to the fight, the Germans must have conquered, but it is practically certain that they would have won if Belgium had not withstood them. With their forces once in Paris, and the French and British forces separated, no human power could have triumphed against the Kaiser. And it remained for little Belgium to delay him to such an extent that Joffre was able at last to beat the Germans at the Marne and save the world. Then the Germans turned their guns against the city of Antwerp, and soon the giant shells from the monster howitzers were picking up whole buildings in the force of their blast and scattering bricks and timbers broadcast in crashing explosions. Queen Elizabeth had remained with the king, serving as a nurse in the hospitals and doing what she could to relieve the suffering of her people. But when it was seen that Antwerp must fall, she decided to take her children to a place of safety. King Albert's eldest son served as a private with a Belgian regiment, but his brother and little sister were far too young for any service, and were taken to England by the Queen. She refused to remain, however, but returned to the stricken country to take her place with the remainder of her subjects, who had not yet received the yoke of German slavery. Albert refused to allow his army to be driven from Belgian territory. "It would be better to die here," he declared, "than in a foreign land." And always he was with the army, directing its strategy or wielding a weapon himself. "My place is with my brave soldiers," he declared. All through the sinister days of the war the king's spirit did not weaken. When the Germans were pushing on again toward Paris in the spring of 1918, he kept his head cool and his heart composed. Then the gray lines broke and the tide turned. The Allied armies swept onward, and the Germans retreated pell-mell to save themselves from utter ruin. Back from the ruined villages and the oppressed and tortured countryside the German hordes retreated, and King Albert and Queen Elizabeth triumphantly took possession once more. Their children had returned, and the royal family had passed the last year of the war within the sound of the guns on the Nieuport front. Their hour of triumph was now come, and they entered Brussels after 4 years of exile. Their entry was planned to be as glorious and beautiful as possible, and it is needless to say with what rejoicing they were received. Allied troops marched past in review, and the king and queen were accompanied by the most famous generals of the Allied armies. The soldiers of the Belgian army were crowned with flowers when reviewed by the king that so bravely led them. Peace terms were drawn up, and the Germans compelled to repay the Belgians to the last penny for the havoc and vandalism they had wrought. And it is a kind of poetic justice that Albert was reigning while the Kaiser fled from his own country to cling to the skirts of another weak little power that he would surely have violated as remorselessly as he violated Belgium if it had chanced to stand in his way. In 1919, 21 years after his first trip to this country, King Albert with Queen Elizabeth came to the United States again. They received a warm welcome from one end of the country to the other, and the good wishes of all Americans have gone back with them to the wrecked and devastated land that they are striving to restore. Whether King Albert will perform as great work in reconstruction as he has already performed as a soldier and a king, the future will decide. But he has already gained an immortal place in the history of the world. End of chapter 30.
Chapter 31 of A Treasury of Heroes and Heroines. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Availle in May 2012. A Treasury of Heroes and Heroines by Clayton Edwards. Chapter 31. Maria Botchkareva. Not since the time of Molly Pitcher has there been a woman soldier so famous in her own country as a Russian girl named Maria Botchkareva, who fought beside the men in the Russian army in the World War, and afterward became the commander of a battalion of women soldiers who called themselves the Battalion of Death. It is only because the World War was so huge that the name of this girl is not known everywhere. Not only did she make as good a soldier as a man, but she was decorated for bravery. She carried to safety out of no man's land on her own back nearly 100 wounded Russians, while the shells burst and the bullets flew around her. And in the course of the war she was wounded 4 times. Maria Botchkareva, who is still living, was born in 1889, the daughter of a Russian fisherman who was originally a serf. He was too poor to buy a wagon to market his fish, and was compelled to sell them at less than the market price to traveling peddlers. Her mother did manual labor for 12 hours a day to earn 5 cents. Starvation was constantly at the door, and the father was of a sourly and cruel disposition and frequently beat his wife and his little children. When quite a young girl, Maria became a servant in the family of a Russian army officer, and when still young she married a soldier named Afanasy Botchkarev, who gave her the present name. He beat her so often and treated her so brutally when he was drunk that she tried to drown herself, but was saved because some workmen had seen her plight. Shortly afterward she ran away from Botchkarev and worked her way to the town of Irkutsk in Siberia. There she underwent many adventures. Her great strength enabled her to work as a man in a gang of laborers who were paving the courtyard of Irkutsk prison with asphalt, and she continued this work for a year until she became ill and forced to go to a hospital. War broke out between Russia and Germany. It was the beginning of the Great War that was to shake the entire world, and echoes and rumors of terrible events were not long in reaching even so remote a town as Irkutsk. Soldiers commenced to go away to the front, and stories of defeats and victories were in the air. And although Maria, unlike Jeanne d'Arc, never heard the voices of the saints, still a voice within her called on her to go to war to save her country. But how was a woman to go to war? If it had been difficult in the remote past when Jeanne d'Arc was alive, how much more was success beyond her grasp in a country controlled by modern law and the regulations of a well-organized national army? But Maria dressed herself in man's clothes and made her way back to her home, beating her way with difficulty on trains that were crowded with soldiers, and taking over 2 months to accomplish the difficult journey from Siberia. When she arrived at her native village, she found that her worthless husband had been drafted into the army, taken to the front, and was listed as missing. Nobody knew if he were alive or dead. Her father and mother were glad to see Maria, but exclaimed in horror and surprise when she told them that she intended to be a soldier. "You are crazy," they shouted at her. "Women do not go to war. Stay at home with us, for we are old and need your help." But in spite of their entreaties, she was obdurate, and going to a clerk in the 25th Reserve Battalion, which was quartered there, she declared to him her purpose of enlisting and of fighting in the trenches. Laughter greeted her on every side. A grinning adjutant took her to the colonel, who received her kindly, his astonishment only equaled by his admiration for her patriotism. "But women do not go to war, my dear," he ejaculated when Maria told him her decision. "Nevertheless, I intend to go, and I desire you to enlist me," the brave girl answered. The colonel could not disobey regulations and enlist a woman in the army, but a telegram was sent to the Tsar himself, and in a short time an answer was received from the Tsar's official headquarters, announcing that Maria Botchkareva was entitled to become a soldier in the Russian army. So Maria put on her uniform and was nicknamed Yashka, a name that soon was known throughout her regiment. Dressed in a man's clothes and bearing arms like a man, she went through the regular drill and fatigue, and in a very short time became proficient in handling a rifle, which increased the respect in which her comrades held her. They had ridiculed her at first, and made life a burden to her with insults and practical jokes, but she bore these things stolidly and at last won their respect and affection. The regiment entrained for the front, and Yashka went with it. A Russian general heard of the presence of a girl soldier in his ranks and angrily ordered that she be taken from the line and sent to the rear, but Yashka was clever enough to point out that her enlistment had been received by the Tsar himself, and so superseded the order of the general, who wished to send her home from whence she had come. The regiment went into the trenches, and Maria, for the first time, heard the roar of the cannon and the whistling of the shells. Her comrades had jokingly told her that she would run when the first shot was fired, but she minded the bombardment no more than anyone else. The Germans threw over large quantities of their favorite weapon, gas, and the trenches and the hollows in the ground were filled with the noxious vapors that it was death to breathe, but the Russians put on their gas masks and still went forward. Then, after serving in the line for some time, the girl soldier had her first experience in more active warfare, for her company was ordered over the top to capture the German sector opposite them, and with fixed bayonets the men moved forward under a heavy fire from the batteries of their own artillery. It was a severe attack, bravely delivered, but doomed to failure, because the barbed wire entanglements of the enemy had not been destroyed by the Russian shells. Men dropped by the score, and when the company was finally compelled to retreat, there were only 70 left out of 250 that had begun the advance. Maria was one of the survivors, her woman's heart torn with pity at the cries of the wounded who had been left dying in no man's land. Crawling back from the shelter of the Russian trenches, she dragged a wounded soldier to safety and returned for another. All night she toiled bringing them in, until more than 50 owed their lives to her. For this she was recommended for a decoration for bravery, but never received it. Later, however, she won her badge of courage for more work of the same sort, performed under heavy fire and in the face of the greatest obstacles. Then her own turn came. She was wounded and sent to the rear as a casualty. When her wound was healed, she returned to the front, only to sustain further wounds and win another decoration. On one occasion she was captured by the Germans, but an attack freed her from their hands after she had been prisoner for a little over 8 hours. In all the fighting that she had experienced, this girl personally did her share, handling a rifle with skill and on several occasions using the bayonet with as much strength as a man. Her fame by this time had penetrated beyond her own regiment. The name of Yashka was known throughout the Russian army, and numbers of curious soldiers crowded around her when she happened to go to some part of the field where she had not previously been seen. Then began the terrible Russian Revolution, a revolution more dreadful than the French Terror in 1793. The Tsar was deposed, and word of this was not long in reaching the front line, where groups of rejoicing soldiers hastened to form councils and committees, regardless of the discipline that alone could hold them together to an extent to present a solid front to the enemy. The Germans ceased firing when they learned the cause of the Russians' celebrations, and at once commenced to fraternize with the men they had so recently been fighting, telling the Russians that they desired peace and that the war now would soon be over. Vodka and beer were passed from side to side, and German and Russian soldiers strolled about in no man's land without a shot being fired. Nor was this all. A pilgrimage of inflammatory speakers and demagogues commenced to visit the ranks of the Russians, inciting them to revolt against all authority and to drive away their officers. The heads of the soldiers were turned, and good and bad, brave men and cowards joined in the confusion that was increasing day by day, and the ruin that was sweeping over Russia's fortunes. The simple heart and mind of Yashka, however, proved to be more astute and better versed in the conduct of war than most of the Russians. She saw what disorder was doing to the army, and worn out in spirit as well as in body, sought leave to return from a war where there was no fighting to her own home. But finally the idea came to her to form a battalion of women soldiers and shame the men into returning to the front, from which they had been deserting in large numbers. She thought that if the soldiers saw Russian women in the ranks, doing battle with the enemy and proving themselves braver than the men themselves, perhaps they would be shamed into renewing the combat, that if women advanced in the front rank, the men would follow and the war would be resumed. Yashka knew too well that there could be no real peace so long as the Germans remained on Russian soil, and that further war was the only way to drive them out of Russia. Fired with her idea, she went to the leading powers of the Russian government and asked permission to form a battalion of women soldiers who were to make every sacrifice, visit the most dangerous parts of the battlefront, and unhesitatingly be killed in order that the men might follow them into battle. The government leaders, including Kerensky, approved of the idea, and Maria commenced to make speeches, calling on the women to enlist beneath her standard in the Battalion of Death, as her new organization was to be named. The response was instantaneous. So many women offered to enlist that she had difficulty in accepting all of them, and she resolutely weeded out those that seemed unfit, enacting a strict and severe discipline, more rigorous, in fact, than any that had been undergone by male soldiers. With rifles supplied by the government, and with men acting as drill sergeants, she trained her girls until they were well versed in the elements of soldiering, and after they had become proficient in the use of the rifle, she prepared to entrain for the front, this time an officer with 1,000 or more soldiers under her command. But her system of training and the severe penalties she exacted from her soldiers brought her into opposition to the Russian government, which, fatuously believing that rule by the people could be carried into war, insisted on her forming committees in her command and allowing her soldiers a share in the administration of the battalion. This she refused to do, declaring that she would resign her commission first and disband her battalion. If men were difficult to control at the front under the committee system, how much more would this be the case with girls, unused to discipline and more prone by nature than the men to give way to the difficulties and the temptations of war? After several stormy interviews with the army chiefs and with Kerensky himself, Yashka was allowed to have her own way, and in direct command of her own battalion she set out for the front line. Already the Battalion of Death had had a beneficial effect upon the soldiers at the front, and she believed that when once her women went into action, the men would follow without question. When the Battalion of Death was actually in the front line, Yashka saw very quickly, however, that things were far worse than she had imagined, for in the time that she had been recruiting and training her new force, the army had undergone complete demoralization. There was now open friendship between the Russians and the Germans in many quarters of the front, and fighting was unheard of, the soldiers' committees refusing to give their consent to any proposal of that sort. It was in the midst of such a situation that Yashka and her women reached the line. The Bolsheviki, as the revolutionists were called, had gained almost complete control over the soldiers, and under their influence the army had become a savage mob. Only a few loyal men remained. Soon after Yashka's arrival, the officers attempted to put her plan into operation and launch an attack against the Germans, but the soldiers refused to obey, and the battalion of women moved out almost unsupported against the enemy, who promptly opened a heavy fire. Their example was tardily followed by the men, and a general attack was delivered on a wide portion of the line. After a severe fight, the women soldiers captured the German trenches that lay in front of them, but only to be confronted with a new and terrible difficulty, for the supports that they had relied upon refused to march any further, declaring that they would defend what they had already gained from the enemy, but that under no circumstance would they attack again. This made it necessary for the Battalion of Death to make a headlong retreat, for while they waited for support, they had nearly been surrounded by the Germans. Then the army, incited by the Bolshevist agitators, became completely unmanageable. When Yashka herself opened fire on some Germans who were walking openly through no man's land, the Russians on her flanks turned their machine guns against the women and prepared to mow them down. The usefulness of the battalion was at an end, and the lives of the girls were in danger from the Russian soldiers. It became necessary to take them to the rear. Even there, however, when quartered in reserve barracks, they were not safe from interference. With vile threats and taunts, deserters and Bolshevists crowded about their quarters and were finally driven away by a volley fired by the girls from the windows of their barracks. Knowing that this action would result in an attack by the Russians, Yashka hastily assembled her battalion and marched them away with all their equipment, taking concealment in a nearby wood, from which the girls were hurried to the rear and discharged in a score of stations, making their way to their homes as best they might. Revolution now had the upper hand, the army was completely destroyed by the revolutionary doctrine, and there was no longer any use in continuing the battalion, which had become a center for the attacks of friends and foes alike. Yashka herself returned to Petrograd, where she was arrested by the Bolsheviki, but after a searching examination she was allowed to proceed to her home. She determined, however, to use all her remaining energy in helping the few loyal Russians who were grouped under a general named Kornilov and were now at open war with the Bolsheviki. So, after procuring a disguise, she made her way through the Bolshevik lines to the loyal forces. Kornilov desired her to return with word from him for the loyalists who were hiding in many places in Russia, but in trying to cross the lines again, Yashka found herself entrapped by her enemies. Throwing off her disguise, she boldly disclosed herself to them, saying she was on her way to undergo treatment at a hospital for a severe wound she had received while in the Russian army. and then this courageous girl underwent dangers far more deadly than any she had suffered at the front. She was tried by the Bolsheviki and sentenced to be shot, although she had destroyed all the evidence of her relations with Kornilov, and her foes knew nothing more about her than that she had been commander of the women's battalion. This alone, however, was crime enough in their eyes to warrant her instant execution, and with part of her clothing taken from her, she stood in line with 20 Russian officers to receive her death blow. It happened, however, that on the Bolshevik committee that was present to witness the execution was one of the men who had served beside her in the trenches, and he recognized his old comrade. "Are you Yashka?" he asked. When she replied in the affirmative, he pulled her from the line and took her place in the squad of the condemned, saying that they would have to shoot him before they could shoot Yashka, whom he knew and loved. After a stormy argument, a reprieve was shown to the executioners, and Yashka was allowed to be taken from the field of death and returned to prison. Through the intercession of friends, she was sent to Moscow, and there, after further imprisonment, was set at liberty. She had witnessed enough of the Bolshevist horrors to be even a more bitter enemy of their regime than she had been before. She determined to fly from Russia and gain aid from the Allies to carry on a war against them and the Germans alike, and with this end in view was secretly carried aboard the American steamer Sheridan and brought to the United States. Here, for the time being, her career ends. It will remain for the future to show if she takes further part in the affairs of her country, for which she so bravely fought, bled, and suffered. But whether circumstances allow her to do so or not, she has carved her name in lasting letters on the tablets of modern history. End of chapter 31.
Chapter 32 of A Treasury of Heroes and Heroines. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Alex Lella. A Treasury of Heroes and Heroines by Clayton Edwards, Chapter 32, William Tell. Many hundreds of years ago, at the end of the 13th century to be exact, in the country that is now Switzerland, there lived a Swiss hunter and herdsman named William Tell. He lived in the little town of Burglen among the mountains, and with him lived his wife and his 2 sons, who, when this story opens, were about 10 and 12 years old. William Tell was so strong that his name was known far and wide. He was so skillful a hunter that nothing seemed ever to escape his keen arrow when once it was on the wing. He was so venturesome a mountain climber that the steepest precipice was not too dangerous for him. And with all these great abilities, he had a kindly disposition, and was liked as well as admired by his neighbors. William Tell had won more than one prize at the fairs and competitions that were sometimes held near his town. On one occasion, he had shot a small bird on the wing with his sure arrow, for the bull's-eye of the target had seemed too large for him. And so it came to pass that when his neighbors revolted from the foreign yoke that Austria had thrown over Switzerland, Tell was one of the first to be called on by the patriots who desired to free their country. Switzerland was not a single country in those days, but was divided into the 3 cantons, or districts of Schwyz, from which it takes its present name, Uri, and Unterwalden. The Austrians had nominally governed the country for a long time without any dissent on the part of the Swiss people, for the Austrian ruler named Adolf had treated them extremely well and allowed them to keep their ancestral rights and customs. Then, however, the Habsburg Emperor Albrecht came to the throne, and discontent and misery were soon apparent in the Swiss cantons, for the new monarch did not follow the policy of the former king, but sent cruel governors to rule over the honest Swiss, with secret orders to oppress them in many ways until their love of liberty, for which they had always been famous, might be destroyed. All the time that these changes were taking place, William Tell went quietly about his affairs. He looked after his herds and hunted in the mountains, while his wife Hedvig saw to his house and brought up his 2 boys, William and Walter. He had everything to make him happy: a clean and well-ordered home on the side of the mountain, a devoted wife, 2 manly boys, and a herd of cattle that included the most beautiful cow for miles around. This cow was named Hefalle, and wore a sweet-toned bell about her neck. Driving a cow over the mountain paths was a difficult and dangerous undertaking, and one that Tell had never entrusted to either of his children. But as his son William seemed to be able and venturesome, he was allowed one day, as a great pleasure, to drive Hefalle and her calf up the mountain pasture. The way led alongside of a cliff, and in one place it was so narrow that only a few inches separated those on the path from a terrific gulf so deep that the clouds sometimes hid the trees below it. While the boy was driving Hefalle over this place, with a sudden rush a fierce eagle swooped down to attack the calf, beating the air with its wings to drive the calf to the edge of the precipice. And although the lad struck at the bird of prey with his mountain staff until the air was filled with feathers, it was to no avail. The calf plunged over the ledge and was dashed to death on the rocks beneath where the eagle descended, and promptly reappeared, flying heavily away, bearing the dead body of the calf in its claws. But this was not all the trouble that young Tell was to undergo, for the cow lurched towards the edge of the precipice and sought some way to descend to the spot where she believed the body of her calf had fallen, and try as he would, young Tell could not get her away from the spot or drive her back to her stall. So he tied Hefalle to a tree and went in search of his father, to whom he told the misfortune that had befallen him. Whereupon father and son went in search of the eagle, and the elder Tell slew it with an arrow from his crossbow, and on this trip he taught his son to show no fear of the high precipices they had to skirt, or of the gulfs that had to be crossed by fallen trees. And from that time on he instructed his son to avoid the least sign of fear, which later saved both their lives in a curious manner. There was nothing that Tell hated more than the Austrian rule under the tyrannical governors, who were sent to oppress the Swiss, and he engaged in opposing them first of all. One of the Swiss, named Wolfschott, had treacherously deserted his countrymen and joined the Austrian cause, for which he was rewarded by the emperor and given a position under the Austrian governor. In this position he did all that he could to annoy his neighbors, and frequently insulted the Swiss women. On one occasion Wolfschott tried to make love to the wife of a Swiss peasant named Baumgarten, who was an honest as well as a brave man. She ran to her husband for protection, and Baumgarten, in great anger, went to the room where Wolfschott was staying and slew him with an axe. Then, taking horse, he fled for his life, pursued by the Austrian guards. Baumgarten came to the shores of Lake Zurich and would have crossed the lake to safety. But a terrible wind called the Föhn was blowing, and the waves of the lake rolled so high that escape by water seemed impossible. The horsemen were close at Baumgarten's heels, and he begged the ferryman to take him across the water in spite of the danger, but to no avail. The ferryman replied that he would not venture out on the lake in that storm to save the life of anyone, for it was impossible for any boat to live in the sea that was raging there. But William Tell was present, and seeing that Baumgarten would soon be captured by the Austrians, he ran with him to the ferry boat and pushed off just as the Austrians rowed up to the shore. The boat was tossed about like a cork, but still it lived under the powerful strokes of Tell, who was skillful above all others with the oar, and the Austrians were forced to go back to their castle without their prisoner, bitterly angry at Tell for having helped the fugitive to escape them. This was soon brought to the ears of the new governor, named Gessler, who determined that he would entrap Tell into committing some other act by which he could be imprisoned and put to death. To accomplish this purpose, Gessler conceived the design of placing a cap with the royal arms of Austria upon it in the midst of the public square of the town of Altdorf, where Tell frequently came, and of ordering all people to bow before it, as if this cap were the Emperor of Austria himself. Great was the anger felt by the Swiss when they heard of this infamous design on Gessler's part. but how much more when the cap was actually taken to the public square by a force of heavily armed soldiers, and a proclamation was read ordering all who saw it to salute it on pain of whatever penalty the governor saw fit to impose. Now Tell happened to be in Altdorf at this very time with his little son William, and in order to avoid saluting this hated emblem, he left town earlier than he had planned, and by a street where he thought he would not see the cap or encounter any of the Austrians who had come to Altdorf to see that the governor's order was enforced. As luck would have it, however, Tell walked right into the square where the cap had been placed, and came right upon it before he noticed it, and several Austrian men-at-arms stood near it. Without a word, leading his little son by the hand, Tell strode past the cap without bowing his head, and was at once stopped by the soldiers, who told him he was under arrest for defying the governor's order, and made ready to take him before Gessler for trial. But Gessler himself had seen all this, and was so eager to punish Tell that he did not wait for the soldiers to come to him, but with his servants and retainers hastened out into the square. Gessler knew Tell by sight, and spoke to him by name. "What does this mean, Tell?" he demanded. "Have you not heard that this cap represents the emperor, and is to be saluted by all that pass it?" "Aye, your lordship," answered Tell. "And so you propose to add defiance of my person to your other crime?" said the governor. "I have you in my power now, and you shall pay a dear penalty. All the more dearly shall you pay because you go about the streets armed with your crossbow at your side." "My bow is used for hunting, your lordship," said Tell proudly, "a right that all free men possess, and have possessed from the very earliest times." "I'll curb your right and your talk of freedom," said Gessler fiercely. "Yonder is your son. Now hearken to your punishment. Take your bow and shoot an apple from the child's head." Now the governor never thought that Tell could hit so difficult a mark, and Tell himself, good shot as he was, quailed at shooting at so small a target when the slightest slip would cause him to kill his beloved son. And he begged the governor to take his property if he would, or do what he chose to his person, but to spare an innocent boy who had done no harm or wrong of any kind. Gessler, however, was inexorable, and he mocked Tell with the utmost cruelty, telling him that such a mark should be easy for one whose fame as a bowman had traveled through all Switzerland as Tell's had done. "And mark well my words," said Gessler. "See that you hit the apple, for if you miss it, even by a hair's breadth, then you shall die, and the boy with you." A groan went through the crowd that had assembled as Gessler spoke these words. But young William himself was not afraid, and went bravely to the tree where he was to stand, and with his own hand put the apple on his head. "Shoot, father! Why do you hesitate?" he cried. "Well do I know that you will hit the apple." With a shudder Tell took his crossbow and drew 2 arrows from his quiver. Then, holding his breath, he aimed at the living mark. The bowstring twanged. The arrow, like a flash of lightning, split the apple in 2 halves and embedded itself in the tree trunk. Tell had triumphed, and the deed was accomplished. Turning to Gessler and taking his boy by the hand, Tell asked leave to go his way, now that his order had been obeyed. But Gessler was determined to slay Tell, and was only seeking some pretext for getting him into his power. "Not so fast," said the crafty governor, while he eyed the bow with which Tell had so bravely performed the cruel operation. "Tell me, my shrewd archer, who does not hesitate to aim at his own flesh and blood, why did you draw 2 arrows from your quiver instead of 1? Tell drew himself to his full height, and, captive as he was, the governor quailed beneath his glance. "The second arrow was for you, in case I had shot my son," said Tell fiercely. "If so much as a drop of his blood had been drawn, my second bolt would have been lodged in your false heart." "Bind him!" shouted Gessler, overjoyed that Tell had delivered himself into his hands. "In my own castle it shall be decided what sort of death and torture he shall suffer." And with Tell led between two horsemen, the governor's retinue went to the shore of the lake to cross to the castle where he made his home. When the boat was well out in the lake, however, the same terrible wind that so often blew upon its waters arose with the swiftness of a thunderclap and threatened to overwhelm them all. Tell lay bound in the boat, calmly watching what he could see of the storm, when one of the governor's servants told him that Tell himself was the most skillful boatman in that part of the country, and the only one who could save them from the waves that threatened each minute to swamp them. At this, Tell's bonds were cut, and he was ordered by the governor to take his place at the helm and guide the boat to shore, and Gessler added that if he brought it safely in, it would serve to lessen the punishment that he planned to inflict upon him. Tell did as he was ordered and took the tiller, and by his skillful guidance the craft gradually drew near to shore. But Tell had planned shrewdly as he guided the boat, and he gradually drew it toward a ledge of rock that was greatly feared by all the boatmen of the lake. When the boat was directly beneath the rock, Tell waited until a wave flung the boat on high, and seizing his crossbow and arrows, he sprang from the gunwale, landed on the rock, and disappeared into the forest. Gessler was enraged at Tell's escape, but he and his party had all they could do to save their lives from the fury of the lake. At last, more by luck than skill, they drew the craft into smoother waters, and he and his retinue were saved. Tell, however, had formed a stern purpose while fleeing through the forest. He knew that his own life and that of his son, and perhaps of his entire family, would be lost if Gessler lived, for the governor would certainly send soldiers to take and slay him. So Tell resolved to slay the governor with the same crossbow with which he had shot the apple from his son's head. He waited in the woods on the edge of a ravine through which Gessler must pass on the way to his castle at Küssnacht, for no other way led there. And when the governor's escort finally appeared, Tell aimed his bow, the arrow hissed from the string, and embedded itself squarely in Gessler's heart. The deed was accomplished surely and with skill, and the Swiss would suffer no more from the heavy hand of the tyrant Gessler. This act rang through Switzerland, and everywhere people were soon in revolt against the power of Austria, and the ultimate result of the action of William Tell was in the end the freedom of the Swiss people from the oppression of Austria. And throughout Switzerland the name of William Tell is revered to this day, and there are statues in his honor, while many a legend has been born in his name, and many a great writer has celebrated his deeds. End of chapter 32. Recording by Alex Lella.
Chapter 33 of Treasury of Heroes and Heroines. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rea-Hedrick. A Treasury of Heroes and Heroines by Clayton Edwards. Chapter 33. Don Quixote. In the year 1605, a Spanish author named Cervantes wrote the story of a lean and elderly gentleman named Don Quixote, who had the strangest attack of madness in the world. For this Don Quixote, who lived in La Mancha, in Spain, lost his mind through reading books of chivalry, and he so stuffed his poor weak brain with preposterous tales of knights and giants, that at last he thought he must take horse and armor, and ride through Spain righting wrongs and doing battle with all that opposed him. Now, this fancy of Don Quixote's was just as ridiculous as it would be today to go in search of Indians upon the streets of New York or other American cities, for at the time when he lived there were no knights, nor had there been any for a great many years. The people were honest peasants and burghers, who made their living much in the fashion that we do today, and had forgotten all about the idle tales of dragons and of knights that rode armed through the forests. But none the less, Don Quixote had so addled his mind with stories of bygone times that he must needs become a knight without any delay. In the attic of his house he found an old suit of rusty armor that had belonged to his grandfather, and he scoured this until it shone like silver. He found a helmet too, and as only part of it remained, he repaired it with strips of pasteboard. Then he took an old and worn-out horse whose ribs stuck out from his hide, and who was more used to hauling vegetables than to warlike adventures, and he called the horse by the high-sounding name of Rocinante, and really believed that the senile old animal was a greater charger than Bucephalus, the famous horse that bore the conqueror Alexander. With his armor, a sword, a lance, and a horse, all that remained for Don Quixote was to have a fair lady to do bold deeds for, whose colors he could wear on his lance when going into battle. A peasant girl lived near his house, whose name was Aldonza Lorenzo, a fat girl with squat figure and broad shoulders, who smelled of onions, strong enough to carry a sack of potatoes on her head. And Don Quixote decided that she must be his fair lady, and he called her by the high-sounding name of Dulcinea del Toboso, ready to uphold the marvelous beauty that he alone believed she possessed by doing battle with any man in Spain who should deny it. Early one morning, in the hottest part of the summer, Don Quixote arose, put on his armor, took his shield and lance, and saddled Rocinante. Then, climbing into the saddle as nimbly as his old and rheumatic joints would allow, he rode forth in quest of adventures. After riding all day, he approached an inn that his disordered brain transformed before his eyes into a castle of goodly size. And riding up to the inn door, he spoke to two peasant girls who were sitting there, calling them great ladies, and saying he would do all they should ask of him, and protect them with his weapons. The girls could not understand his talk, and, viewing his strange appearance, had all that they could do to withhold their laughter, but seeing that he looked tired and worn, they asked him if he would like something to eat, and on his assenting, they took him into the inn and spread supper before him. Don Quixote took off his armor, but he could not get off his helmet, which he had tied firmly on his neck with green ribbons, and sooner than cut these he left the helmet on, so that it was necessary for one of the girls to feed him with a spoon, and to give him wine by pouring it into his mouth through a hollow cane that the innkeeper prepared for this strange purpose. After supper, Don Quixote decided that he must mount guard over his suit of armor, spending the small hours in prayer and vigilance in order to become a knight, and putting it by the well in the courtyard of the inn, he stood beside it, leaning on his sword. This caused great inconvenience to all the guests and servants at the inn, for so fiercely did he guard it that he allowed nobody to draw water from the well, and knocked down a peasant who approached with pails, threatening to slay him, whereupon the peasant's comrades, standing at a safe distance, pelted Don Quixote with stones. All this did not please the innkeeper, and he thought of some way to quiet the madman. At last he came upon Don Quixote, and told him that he would now make him a knight, a ceremony that the poor crazy gentleman believed he must go through before he had any right to wander about the country righting the wrongs of the people. And as Don Quixote took the innkeeper for a great nobleman, he only felt pleased and flattered at the offer, and prepared to accept it without delay. Then the innkeeper took Don Quixote into the barn. A small boy brought a candle, and the two girls who had fed Don Quixote came in giggling to see the ceremony. And the innkeeper pretended to read something from his day-book, in which he kept accounts of hay and grain, and, bidding Don Quixote to kneel, struck him a resounding smack with the flat of the sword between the shoulder blades. Then one of the girls, still giggling, tied the sword round Don Quixote's middle, and said to him, "Good sir, may you be a fortunate knight, and meet with success in all your adventures." And in this way the ceremony of knighting the poor man was concluded. Nearly bursting with joy, Don Quixote rode away from the inn, where he had neglected to pay for his board and lodging. And on his way an actual adventure did befall him, for he came upon a sturdy peasant beating a boy who was tied to a tree. With a loud voice Don Quixote bade him desist at once, and on seeing the strange armed figure with sword and lance that threatened him, the man stood gaping in amazement. He explained that he was beating his boy for laziness, but the boy complained that the master had not paid him the wages due him. "Pay them at once!" thundered Don Quixote. "Woe betide the man who does not give heed to my orders!" Without further parley he rode off, whereupon the man tied the boy again to the tree, and gave him so severe a beating that he left him for dead. And in this way Don Quixote righted the first wrong that he encountered. Having no money or clean clothes, he returned home to get these, and when he sallied forth a second time, he took with him a simple country fellow named Sancho Panza, who was so very stupid that he did not understand his master's madness at all, but really believed a number of the wild tales that Don Quixote told him, notably one about an island, of which Don Quixote planned to make him governor. And with Sancho following at his heels on a donkey, Don Quixote commenced riding up and down the countryside looking for adventures. In the course of their travels many adventures befell them, for the disordered brain of the old knight-errant transformed the happenings of everyday life into the scenes that he had read of in his wild romances of chivalry. One day, as he and Sancho Panza were riding along the road, talking of the island that Sancho was to govern when Don Quixote had won it by the power of his sword, they came upon 30 or 40 old-fashioned windmills that were flourishing their sail-clad wooden arms with every breeze that blew. "By my faith!" exclaimed Don Quixote, "here are a group of giants that I mean to destroy, and with the money we gain from them we will start on our great fortunes, for I shall certainly kill them all and give you some of the gold in payment for your services."
"Where are the giants?" asked the puzzled Sancho Panza in amazement.
"There, straight ahead of us, brandishing their arms in anger," shouted Don Quixote. "Let us attack them instantly."
"But, master," cried Sancho Panza, "those are not giants, but windmills that turn their arms in the breeze. Have a care how you approach them, or they will unhorse you."
"They are giants," insisted Don Quixote. "If you are afraid, go home, and I will battle with them alone." And driving home his spurs into the bony flanks of Rocinante, he charged the windmills so furiously that his lance was shivered in the arms of the first of them, and he and his horse, after being hurled in the air, were thrown stunned and bruised upon the ground. Sancho Panza hurried to help the poor mad knight who could not move, so great had been the force with which he had fallen, and coming to himself, Don Quixote sat up, and seeing the windmills, declared that an enchanter had put a spell on the giants and changed them into that form. But nevertheless, he continued, the enchanter's wiles would prove to be weak against his own stout will and strong right arm, and he would triumph over his enemies. Soon after that they came upon a company consisting of 2 friars of the order of St. Benedict, and a coach and retinue that was taking a lady to the city of Seville, and seeing them Don Quixote declared that the friars were enchanters, who were carrying the lady off against her will. Setting his lance in rest, he galloped against them with such force that if the one that met with his charge had not thrown himself to the ground, he would certainly have been killed, while the other, seeing how his companion had fared, took to his heels as fast as possible. Sancho Panza, when he saw the friar lying on the road, and soon would have stripped him of his clothes, but some of the servants hastened up and demanded what he was doing.
"These clothes belong to me by right of conquest," said Sancho. "My master has overthrown in fair combat him that owned them."
The servants, knowing nothing of the laws of chivalry, fell on Sancho with their cudgels, belaboured him lustily, and plucked his beard out in handfuls, leaving the unfortunate fellow lying on the ground in far worse plight than the friar. In the meantime, Don Quixote was talking to the lady in the coach, to whom he swore eternal devotion. He told her that since he had rescued her from the enchanters, she must return to the town of Toboso, and tell the lady Dulcinea what he had done and the glorious feats of arms he had performed in Dulcinea's name. But at this, a Biscayan squire rode up and told Don Quixote to leave at once, or he would soon be unable to perform any more glorious feats, because he would promptly be slain. And a combat began between Don Quixote and the Biscayan that nearly ended in the death of the latter, for in spite of the carriage cushion that the squire used as a shield, Don Quixote struck him such a tremendous blow that he fell from his horse and lay as dead on the ground. But the crazy knight had not come unharmed from the fight, for part of his ear was cut away by the sword of the Biscayan. And telling the astonished lady to take the Biscayan with her to Toboso, Don Quixote remounted and rode away with Sancho Panza. For the cure of his ear, Don Quixote had in mind a wonderful balsam made of wine, oil, rosemary, and salt, and he talked much with Sancho about the marvelous properties of this nauseous compound. On the way to an inn, however, he had another fight, this time with some carriers he passed in the course of his journey, and both he and Sancho were well beaten again. As the poor knight could not move after his last battle, Sancho threw him across the back of Rocinante, and led the horse until they came to an inn, where the innkeeper's wife, being kind-hearted, dressed Don Quixote's wounds and put him to bed. And here Don Quixote tried his wonderful balsam, and Sancho also, and both of them were made ill by the horrible dose that rudely greeted their stomachs. When they came to leave the inn, they had no money to pay the reckoning. Don Quixote mounted Rocinante and rode away, but Sancho was held by the innkeeper for payment, and calling a number of rude fellows, the innkeeper took his revenge on the crazy knight by the mistreatment of Sancho Panza, who was tossed in a blanket until the company could toss him no more for weariness and the laughter that his absurd plight awoke in them. After this, Don Quixote had many ridiculous adventures. Among them was an attack he made upon an inoffensive barber who happened to be carrying a brass basin for his trade that Don Quixote believed to be an enchanted helmet. After capturing the basin, Don Quixote proceeded to wear it in place of his steel casque. He called it Mambrino's helmet, and his appearance in ancient armor with a basin on his head made him appear madder than ever. One day he chanced to meet a group of Spanish convicts who had been convicted for their crimes and were being taken to the galleys as punishment. After questioning them and learning that they were being led away against their will, Don Quixote fell on the guards who were escorting them and attacked them so fiercely that he put them to flight and set free the convicts. These, however, returned his kindness with a shower of stones. Then they fell upon him and stripped him of much of his clothing, leaving, however, the armor, which was of no use to them, and so they left him. Now the curate and the barber of the town where Don Quixote lived were much concerned on the account of the madness of their old friend, for they loved Don Quixote for his high spirit and his gentle ways when the most violent fits of madness were not upon him. And so they set forth to try and entice him to return to his home again, for they hoped that doctors could cure him of his delusions. To accomplish their ends they engaged the services of a young lady of great beauty, who represented to Don Quixote that she was a princess despoiled of her kingdom, and that he must rescue her lands from the power of a great and sour-faced giant that held them. The curate and the barber had disguised themselves before they met Don Quixote, so that he might not recognize them, and guess their design. They found him half stripped of his clothing and doing penance for the beautiful Dulcinea in his shirt and drawers. He was engaged in a useless fast in the wilderness, where he cut many ridiculous capers and was almost starved into the bargain. Sancho he had sent away with a letter to Dulcinea, but Sancho returned with the curate and the barber and the young lady, and together they tricked the mad knight into returning in the direction of his native village. On their way, however, they stopped at an inn where yet another adventure was to befall Don Quixote, for dreaming of the giant from whom he was to rescue the lady's kingdom, he attacked with his sword 2 wineskins that were in his room and flooded his apartment with red wine. Before he could be taken home, however, his madness broke out on him so violently that still another scheme had to be employed. His friends, disguised, crept into his chamber and tied him hand and foot. Then the poor knight was placed in a wooden cage and borne home behind 2 oxen. Of the many adventures that Don Quixote encountered, how he broke away from home once more, and how his squire Sancho actually did become the ruler of an island for a brief period, it is impossible to write here. But the name of Don Quixote, through the marvelous writer who created this character, has become known throughout the world and stands today as the symbol for high ideals and self-sacrifice that are carried to the point of madness and utter folly. Cervantes had still another design in creating Don Quixote than to make an amusing story, for he intended to bring into ridicule and disrepute the old-fashioned stories of chivalry with which Spain was filled at the time he lived, and he succeeded so well that since his day not another one has been written. End of chapter 33. End of Treasury of Heroes and Heroines